Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, guys. How are you guys doing? Be sure to like the live and push it out so that we can get some more people in here. Barakallah feekum. Let's just let everyone know I'm live right now and we can get started. How you guys been? Inshallah, you guys have been well. It's going to be a very busy week for us. Inshallah, getting the course ready. So let's try to get some Christians on, run the Christian dilemma, speak to them on it, inshallah ta'ala. Yeah, you guys can join and ask questions. There's no issue with that at all, of course. Okay, so we got a Muslim up here. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brother. How are you today?
Doing good, alhamdulillah. How you doing?
Alhamdulillah myself, brother. I just had a question, Dean. So I'm obviously Muslim, born Muslim, been practicing all my life, and I've been investigating like the sources for a few years now. I just have a few questions though, brother. I'm not gonna lie to you. So I've came across a lot of different arguments against Islam and really just investigating the sources when it comes to like hadith, even like extra biblical tradition, that kind of stuff. And so I've kind of gone a little bit deep at this point, brother. And I just got a few questions. I want to see if you can answer them.
Yeah, go on.
So, one, or if I could go to here first, brother, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I understand you're trying to talk to Christians. I just want to say though, so when it comes to Islamic dilemma, that line of argumentation, so I actually came up with that myself at a decently young age. I thought, okay, so if he's talking about how he wrote the Injil, but then when I investigate the Christian sources, I realize that they're written by authors like at the very least, right, decades later than Isa alayhis salam. But I kind of came to the John Fontaine conclusion. So the conclusion that, okay, well, this can't be the books in the Bible. But then I wellowed out of that through investigating the Islamic sources more because I realized that Allah speaks about it as though we can still access it. So I don't think that the John Fontaine conclusion is sensible. I don't think it's
The John
kind of like
Fontaine
a.
conclusion accounts for that.
You think so?
Yeah, because he says it was present in Medina.
But you see, brother, I would contend that the fact that we don't have it anymore, there would have to be some sort of evidence, right? If there was really an
Yeah, of
alternative
course, of
scripture that
course. No,
existed.
I agree with you on that part, but it's not that it doesn't account for what the Quran says. It does account for what the Quran says. If it's accessible, if he
In
says it's accessible, yeah.
Yes, brother. In the sense that it does do away with the dilemma. Yes, completely. And it does make sense. But I would say, brother, that's why I would want more evidence from that. So I don't
Yeah.
take that position.
So I don't take. So do you know our position or no?
If I could summarize it to you, and I would say to you, brother Dean, I know that you and Libiano hold the same position. I actually came to a very similar conclusion myself. So I think I have the same position as you guys. If I could just put mine out. So, brother, I say that the Injil is, and by extension, Torah, but obviously through a slightly different context because it's Old Testament, obviously. Injil is what Isa Isam preached that was given to him from Allah, subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the fact of the matter is that the Injil is not the four gospels, but Allah still speaks about it as though we can still access it and as though the Christians are reading it. So being interpreted, the Injil is fragmented in the statements and words of Isa alayhi salam that are still present in the four gospels. That's not to say that everything that Isa says is the Injil, but some of the statements there actually are the Injil, actually are the revelation of Allah to Isa alayhi salam. Is that your position?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. That was my ultimate question, brother. I was trying to clear that up. So I would go further than that, though. I know that there's a lot of extra biblical, I don't know how you say it, like extra biblical interaction, intertext between the Quran and all these other sources like the Targums, Talmud, all these other books. I would want to ask you though, brother. I see this argumentation and I honestly do not know what we would say to this or how to give a response. I wanted to see if you could yourself. So I understand that with like Christian Apocrypha, we know that there is miracles of Isa Isam in the
Yeah.
Quran.
So
That
the conclusion that I say is that the Injil is just the four gospels, right?
yeah.
And it's the sayings just in the four gospels. And those apocryphal texts, they talk about biographical information that would be like seerah that Allah's confirming.
Yeah. I would just say though, Dean, I think that when it comes to like the apocryphal text, right? So we have miracles of Isa in the Quran that are present in apocryphal books. We would just say that okay, even though the church doesn't like that book, doesn't consider it canonical, it doesn't mean that that book does not have truth in it. And the Christian authorities would concede this as well. They'd say, okay, yes, even these books that we don't consider to be inspired scripture, because not to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
incredibly disrespectful.
agreed. Yeah, yeah. So
Exactly.
what's the
Not to
question?
be incredibly disrespectful, Dean, but we know what passes for scripture to the Christians is
No, 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 of
not of
course.
the
But
best quality.
what's the question, Akhi? What's the exact question
I'm
you need?
sorry, Dean, I'll get to it right here. I don't know how to refute this similar uh, line of argumentation when it comes to Talmudic parallelism. Like,
Yeah,
for
I
example,
got
I'll
you.
give you one in specific, brother.
Yeah, yeah,
They say the story of Ibrahim Isam obliterating the idols. They
yeah,
say that this is just some folklore. Like this is a story that Rabbi Hia made in Bereshit Rabbah 38 and in these other
yeah,
Talmudic
yeah.
traditions.
Yeah,
How
it's
would
be
you
that.
refute
Yeah,
that, brother?
yeah, yeah, yeah. They're BSing. Okay, so look, the Talmud is gonna have good stuff and it's gonna have bad stuff. It's gonna have true stuff. It's gonna have false stuff. Okay,
Of course.
actually, that story that we know the Talmud didn't make it up. Do you know why? Because there's a first
It's an
century
apocalypse
apocrypha.
of Abraham.
Yes, exactly. So we know that these Talmud references, they're not making up stuff. They're actually using stuff that predates by centuries. Okay, now
So, Dean,
Isa.
If I
Yeah,
could ask you another question on that,
yeah,
I promise I'll be brief here, brother. So we say, okay, it's present in earlier traditions. So therefore, Rabbi Hia, he's not just BSing this, he's not just making this up. It isn't just a folklore. This actually has tradition. How do we know then that the author of the Apocalypse of Abraham isn't just making it up then?
okay, beautiful.
I mean,
So
we know this as Muslims because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala confirms the tradition,
yeah,
like historically.
okay, beautiful. So now there's only an issue that we need to respond to when we see that the early source is developing and adding details and potentially making mistakes in details as it evolves. Okay, so for example, there might be I'll give you just a random example. Okay, so there's a let's say there's David was walking. I'm just making this up. David was walking and he would use let's say I don't know like a sword, right? He would use a sword and practice with a sword. Okay, then let's say the Hebrew word for sword sounds similar to let's say a flute or something, whatever, right? So every day David would go and he would practice with his sword. It says that in the earlier text that a rabbi says, "Oh yeah, and David used to practice with his flute. The evidence is this text," but he's mistranslating or he's misinterpreting what that word means. If that happens, and then the Quran confirms that misinterpretation that this rabbi, says, and we can see that he's misinterpreting it, then that's something we have to address. Okay, and then maybe he isn't
Makes sense.
misinterpreting it, and so on and so forth. Okay, but when it's
Makes
something
sense.
like there's a first century text or a second century BC text or first century BC text or a first or second century AD text, and it's talking about stuff that happened centuries before, just because it's later doesn't mean that it's not going to contain truth. The Pentateuch itself is dated centuries after Moses. They don't date it to the lifetime of Moses.
And we know that a lot of it is legit. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. I would say on that note, Dean, and tell me, is there other people already in here, Christians?
That's all good, but take your time. Go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna ask you though on that note. So you said, and brother, we know, just being historical here, we know that if something is written down, it's got a whole lot of tradition behind it, especially in this realm. When we go like Judeo-Christian and even like late antique Jewish tradition, this has got a whole lot of oral tradition. This isn't just something that the author is concocting. This simply just doesn't exist in this period. I'm not going to say it doesn't exist because there are instances of it, but it's not
Yeah.
incredibly prevalent. I would just press you on this point, brother. So you say, okay, well, if we have an obvious interpolation of the text where you can see one author is building on top of a narrative, which kind of just makes sense. I've seen this accusation pushed too with this account of Ibrahim Islam. Same point really, of him being thrown into the fire after.
Yeah.
They say that that's based upon an interpolation of
Exactly.
Ibrahim was delivered from Ur.
Yeah. So that example is exactly the type where you would have to address, and that one's already been addressed. If you just go to Bassam Zawadi's articles, he's got articles on that. There's on my server as well. I think we've written up a channel on that already. So the point is that we've addressed that, and it's highly implausible that this what do you call it? This rabbi is misinterpreting it or whatever. What's actually happening is it's likely that this rabbi had a tradition where Abram was put into the fire, and he is doing eisegesis, right, into the text to try and fit the fact that it has this complementary meaning where he's taken out of Ur, right, the city of Ur, and or he's trying to link that with this tradition that he has. And this is a prevalent thing within the Talmud where they do eisegesis of the text because they likely have a tradition that they're trying to import onto the text of the Old Testament to make sense of the fact that, okay, why isn't it made mention of in the Old Testament, right? So another example is I would have an example on top of my head right now, but there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them where there's traditions talking about stuff that isn't clear from the Old Testament, but then they read these traditions into the Old Testament, showing that these traditions were passed down, and they're trying to do eisegesis on it. Now, if it is the case that he's missing, the reason he came to the conclusion that Abraham was put into the fire is because of this Or thing, and he's misinterpreting what Or means and so on, then that they would have a good argument. But it's already been challenged that this isn't the case. You just have to read Bassam's articles, inshallah, okay?
Brother, you say whose name are you mentioning? Could you like type that out somewhere, brother?
Yeah, I got you. So Bassam Zawadi's articles are good on that, from what I remember when I read on it.
Can't you put that in the chat here?
So those ones are the ones that you would need to address. The other ones, no, because there's no reason to. They're just assuming it's inauthentic. They're just assuming it's inauthentic, and we're assuming it's authentic.
Because it's prevalent in apocryphal sources. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Exactly.
It's utterly ridiculous.
So and anyways, you know what you could do also to so if you just search up Bassam Zawadi, City of Ur, or Abraham in the Fire, you will see him. See him writing on it. Okay. So the point is that also we know Jesus alayhi salam, he did a general confirmation of the oral traditions that are prevalent amongst the Pharisees, which would include stuff that would be later documented in the Talmud. Make sense?
Yeah, makes perfect sense.
So when he says follow everything the Pharisees teach, and he's clearly affirming certain Pharisaic practices, we see that he did a general confirmation of what they had at the time. We know the Talmud documents what they had at the time. Why? The Talmud has stuff about having to wash your hands for eating. They have stuff regarding circumcising on the Sabbath being okay.
So that was from Talmud, really?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So it's in the Talmud, yeah. So what Jesus is saying about the Pharisaic practices in the Gospels, we later have in the Talmud. What Josephus says about the Pharisaic practices, we have in the Talmud. So we know the Talmud isn't BSing this stuff.
Yeah, makes sense, brother. And I understand that these accusations, they're almost always hurled at us from Christian apologists, these like evangelicals. They have the same issue 100 times over in their
Yeah,
scripture,
of
and I don't
course,
think
of
that they can
course.
address.
They confirm like First Enoch, like Jude quotes First Enoch.
Exactly, brother.
You
That's the
have
one that
Janus
gets
and
me.
Jambres. Yeah.
That's the one that gets me, brother, where you have the author of Jude is quoting from the book of Enoch, and it's not as though he's like using it to make a point. He genuinely believes that Enoch, the seventh man on earth, has a recorded quote and he quotes it. He really thinks that Idris alayhis salam said that. And I think
Yeah,
that just
exactly. Yeah.
disqualifies it for me.
But yeah, but going back to the thing about the Gospels, I'm actually writing a book currently on so it's a project where anytime there's intertext or anytime there's needed commentary from a Muslim perspective on the
Mm,
sayings of Isa alayhi salam, I do
yeah.
footnotes, right? What I also do is I'm highlighting on based on levels of compatibility. For example, purple is like you can't reconcile this from Isa alayhi
Oh,
salam.
I
This is
heard you
like the
talk
other
about that
edition,
with
right?
Liviano. Yeah, I heard you, brother.
Yeah. Yeah, so I have this book coming, inshallah. It's going to be something worthy of note for people that want to take our position. And yeah, yani, there's good plausible interpretations for the vast majority of the gospels to reconcile. So if we're going to say that, okay, the Quran envisions, let's say, the gospels being mostly preserved from the sayings of Isa alayhi salam specifically,
Mhm.
we have a plausible framework to work by that's way more plausible than any Trinitarian framework when reading the gospels.
Oh. So I would ask you on that note, brother. I know you told me not to worry about it. Are there other people requesting? Because I would just dip out if there
No,
were.
no, it's all good, akhi, you're good.
Okay, I would just ask you then. So to what extent do we actually say that? Okay, I'll go like four gospels now. To what extent do we actually say that they're preserved? So, for example, like I said, we're on the same page in terms of what we think the angel is. So it's preserved in fragments of the Isa Islam statements in the four Gospels. We know for a fact that they actually contain the Injil. Like certain statements of Isa Islam are the Injil. Certain obviously wouldn't be, though. That is your position, correct? Certain statements of Isa Islam in the
Yeah.
Gospels are fabricated.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So to what extent can we read them and be okay with it? Do you understand what I'm asking here, brother?
Away from my book, man.
Okay, I guess. But I would okay. I would ask you in specifics then. So John, what do you think of the Gospel of John? Is it like complete? Just throw it out, or does it
So
contain actual
are you asking on level of compatibility or historicity?
both, brother? Honestly, I
Yeah.
understand those are kind of different
So
questions, but
yeah. So my work only deals with compatibility, right? So look, John, the only way you could say like it's plausibly historical is if you do a couple things. So if you take the framework like John, the authors of John are taking Jesus' statements and they are preserving it not verbatim, but in meaning, but it's in
mhm,
the Johannine language. Yeah.
mhm,
So it's in meaning in Johannine language, but Jesus didn't speak like this. The voice of the Johannine community is speaking through the meaning of what Jesus would have preached. Okay.
mhm.
So that's one. You also have to take the fact that Jesus doesn't claim to be God in John, and that when he's talking about his pre-existence, like in
Really?
John 8:50, yeah. So you can take that Unitarians today take that interpretation. So if you take that interpretation and you say, look, in Jesus' statements, when he says he comes from heaven, this is going to be something like John's baptism came from heaven,
Yeah.
or when he says John 8:58, before Abraham was I am, he's talking about a notional pre-existence. Yeah.
What about 10:30?
1030 is easily reconcilable. He's just saying the same way he's one with the Father.
That's Father. Oh, okay.
Yeah, just oneness between him. John 17 from verse 20 to 24, he says the same oneness I have with the Father is the same oneness that the disciples can have. So obviously it's not divinity.
Oh, I have heard that before. It slipped my mind. Yeah. Okay, I was just curious about that,
So
brother.
so 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 look, you got. I'll give you a list of like five. And so again, so remember, if we take that it's Johannine voice through the meaning of what Jesus would have preached, that's one way to make it more historical. Because obviously the voice is completely different from the synoptics. Yeah. So
Yeah,
that's one.
completely.
Yeah. So that's one way to reconcile that. The second way to reconcile, also to make it more historical, is to say, look, these claims, supposed claims of divinity that you would expect the other gospel authors to have, In reality, these aren't divine claims. These are misinterpreted, and then you can give good, plausible explanations. And to be honest, they're
Mhm.
more plausible than the Trinitarian ones a lot of the time, like vast majority of the time. Okay.
Makes sense.
Then you have the point that okay, so we got the voice part, we got the part about he didn't make divine claims. We can reduce a lot of them. And the third thing you got to say is that look, is that John is using synoptic material clearly because he links between them, right? So, for example, the Paraclete tradition could be a tradition that had something to do with the Son of Man tradition when Jesus speaks about someone else to come before. Oh, sorry, to come
Mhm.
after. Sorry,
Come after.
Son of Man to come after, right? So the Paraclete is just a continuation of that they have, right? Some tradition that they have. Then you could also say, okay, when
Oh,
Jesus,
okay.
yeah. So then you can also say another thing that because what they're going to try to say is okay, John isn't independently tested for, but we can say no,
Yeah.
it is independently attested for, but in meaning like there's a backing for what he's saying here. Another one is like when Jesus says I am, right? He says before Abraham was I am, or he
Yeah.
says I am he in the context of being the Messiah. Yeah. So in John 4:26, the Samaritan woman says we know the Messiah is to come. Yeah, and then Jesus says, I am, ego e me. Or in John 8:58, he says, before Abraham, I am the Messiah. I am he, ego e me. So, and then with this stuff, you can link that to Mark. That exists in Mark. How? Because in Mark, you have where Jesus says, or the high priest tells Jesus, are you the Messiah, the Son of the Blessed? Yeah.
Yeah.
And Jesus says, I am, right? And you will see the Son of Man coming, right? So he says, I am. So I am in Mark 14, our earliest gospel, says, I am in the context of being the Messiah. So when John has used I am in the context of being the Messiah, that's right, right? So I'll give you
Mhm.
another example, one last example. Um, John has, okay, doesn't Jesus say in John, all that the Father has is mine?
Yes, sir.
Okay, isn't that like shirky?
Shirky. I mean, kinda.
Yeah. So the point is that Jesus says in Q, actually, you know what Q is, right?
Of course, brother.
Yeah. Yeah. So Q, Jesus says, all that the Father has is mine. No one knows the Son except for the Father. No one knows the Father except for the Son, and those whom the Son chooses to reveal him to. Okay.
Mhm.
So when Jesus actually says in Q, all that the Father has is mine. You know that, right?
I didn't know that was a Q statement specifically.
Yeah, it is. So this shows you that Johannine language, if you actually read the Gospels, right, you'll see that they're not actually making up stuff. There's precedence for what they're saying, but just in a different
Okay.
language. Okay. So now we've covered three things, and I talk about this in my book. One,
Uh-huh.
John, we're gonna have to say it's preserved in meaning in a Johannine language, in a different language as well. Obviously, Jesus wasn't speaking Greek, so that's one.
Yeah.
Second thing is that we say the divine claims aren't really divine claims, right? And we give the Unitarian interpretation of it. And three, there
Yeah.
is independent attestation for John, but in the sense of the concepts predated already. All that the Father has is mine, or I am the Messiah. These exist in a different way in the earlier gospel. So that
Mhm.
way, John can be defended, historically speaking, from our paradigm. From the Christian paradigm, of course not, because the Trinitarian view of what John means by I and the Father are one, and before Abraham was I am, are statements that you would expect the other authors to document in some form of way, which they don't, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, there's no defending the historicity of the Gospel of John from the Christian paradigm.
But I see though. So as far as it goes for us, we'll say it's preserved in its meaning. It's so yeah, it's not complete like it's not a total fabricate. It's still useful for us in a sense. It does
Yeah,
preserve
and
certain
listen,
traditions.
listen, bro, listen. If someone's gonna look, we've been doing this for the longest time, but no one's actually spoken about this. If you're
Oh,
gonna use Paraclete, you can't use Paraclete and say, "Oh yeah, John's full of all, it's all rubbish," and then somehow, some way, John
true.
manages to preserve three whole chapters about the Paraclete, and speaking about the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam. So
Yeah, true.
you can't have your cake and eat it.
So you would say definitively the Paraclete is the Prophet Esat.
It's likely, yeah. I wouldn't say definitively, but I would say yeah, it's likely.
Okay. So Dean, you said something interesting though. So you say that you're positing that the Johannine community, their tradition of the one to come after, Son of Man figure. So the Paraclete is synonymous with the Son of Man. It's just they're
I would
addressing it
say
in a different way.
I would say the Paraclete is it doesn't come out of nowhere because Jesus speaks
Okay.
about the Son of Man being someone distinct from him in the Synoptics.
It's just the tradition developed through a different community, so it comes
Yes,
out a little bit
exactly.
differently. Okay. Makes sense then in that sense. I would ask you, brother, loosely related because it's on the topic of John's gospel. Why
Yeah.
do you say you are not to offend you, you are well read on like the church fathers and everything. I mean, I would assume you are.
Yeah. Barakallah fik, yeah. You can ask your question, yeah.
I'll just yeah, I would say so. Dean, I understood through reading like Polycarp. I mean, he only has one epistle that we can actually date back to him, and we know he wrote it. But when we look at like Polycarp, Ignatius, Clement, they have an actual isnad. I don't know how da'if it is. I don't know how da'if it is, brother, but they have an actual like isnad to the Hawariyun, or at least allegedly. Like they say Polycarp
Yeah.
was the student of John, and
So
we
those
have a lineage.
isnads,
What do we say to
yeah.
that?
Yeah, those isnads are later developed isnads. Every community was fabricating isnads back to the disciples. They're just one other community. So Polycarp
So,
doesn't
brother, if
claim.
I
Yeah.
oh,
Go
that was my question. That was my question, brother.
ahead. Okay.
That was my question. Actually, I was going to ask you. So, do they actually claim themselves? Does Arrhenius ever say, "Yeah, Polycarp was my teacher"? Does Polycarp ever say
Nah,
John was my
never,
teacher or
never.
anything like
So
that?
I think the earliest we have for the Polycarp Irenaeus link to John. So we have John and Polycarp and Irenaeus. The earliest we have, I believe, is Eusebius. He's the first one to say that this is the chain.
And Eusebius is a known liar in the church, correct?
He's
Or
an
was it the
liar,
guy
and
after?
he's in the fourth century. Yeah.
He's the man called of little intelligence, right?
No, he calls
He calls Papias of little
Papias
intelligence.
the man
Okay, yeah,
with yeah.
that's it. Yeah. Just forgot. So on that same note, though, brother, we have the letters of Clement. I hopped in a live before. This was like a year ago, and I was arguing with a couple evangelicals over authorship of Peter because I just read Bart Ehrman's books. They're
Yeah.
really good, obviously, and I was arguing just strictly points from the books on Peter's authorship, First and Second Peter, and they cited. I never actually engaged with it seriously or studied it because I was sure Ehrman would have said something about it if there was any legitimacy to this, but they started telling me that it's actually based on the book of Clement that they can say definitively that uh the I forgot what you call them, like the Peter's epistles are like authentically written by him and not pseudepigrapha. What would you say to that? Is that even true?
I'm not familiar with him ever quoting or mentioning Peter. No.
The epistles of Clement?
Yeah, Clement only has one. He only has one letter that's authentic, which is First Clement.
Oh, okay, yeah, it must have been some one of the forced ones then. Makes sense. I would just ask you then, brother, on this point of Quranic parallelism, and I don't want to seem very stuck up on this. It just comes out of earnesty. I'm alhamdulillah, I could meet someone educated like yourself, brother, and these issues so I could address them for myself. But I just got caught up in Quranic parallelism like a year ago. That's why I started reading up and studying on a lot of these things, like extra biblical sources as well. So, brother, if I could ask you, there's like a Cain and Abel one too. They say that there was some sort of tafsir. Are you familiar with what I'm getting to here? They said there was some sort of like tafsir where tafsir, I mean like a Jewish commentary on
Okay.
this extra biblical story where Cain and Abel, it's the Cain and Abel story, except someone leaves a note in the margin and they put this like little story about how this crow came and buried and showed one of them how to bury the dead, and then obviously we get the same thing in the Islamic tradition. What would you are you even familiar with this tradition, brother?
Yeah. So the principle is always this: we assume that there's a precedent for the tradition rather than not, because no
Okay.
one's going around making up traditions like that. Usually, they have a
Okay.
tradition passed down that they're putting in. You understand?
So that extends to everything, we'd say.
Everything, man. That's why there's some
Unless,
stuff
yeah.
that's because look here. Remember what you were telling me about Abraham, right? Was that
Yes, brother.
rabbi saying, "Oh yeah," and we took it from the apocalypse of Abraham, or did that rabbi say, "Oh, I say this, blah 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 blah"? Obviously, the rabbi said, "I say," and then
He was giving an
yeah,
isnad too, I think.
yeah, exactly.
He was saying
So
like my grandfather told my grand or my grandfather's grandfather told me. It was something like that.
Yeah, exactly. And the point there is that he didn't say, but we got it from the apocalypse of Abraham, even though it existed to that extent. It existed centuries
Mm.
before. So the same way, our assumption is because every time they talk about these things, it's just a matter of time until we see, oh yeah, this tradition existed centuries prior. Like it always happens, right?
Uh-huh.
So we should always assume the same trajectory. There's a precedent, there's a precedent, there's a precedent, there's a precedent. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. So that just extends to all things unless there's a probable cause to like reject it. Okay, I understand. Or to assume
Exactly.
like
Like the
interpolation.
city of Erwan. Yeah.
Exactly. Unless there's cause to assume like interpolation. Makes complete sense. Brother, you mentioned you guys have like a Discord server or whatever. Do you have like a I know you have to join in through links. I don't really use Discord, but I
Yeah.
understand that it could be
So what we
definitely
do is
beneficial.
because we try to make it look, you pay $10 a month on the Patreon, you get the link. Just to make it more exclusive. We don't like trolls. We don't like people, wasting time on there and whatnot. So
Makes
we just make
sense.
it pay. Each person has to pay the $10 a month to ensure that no one's messing around. So what you do is, bro, you go on the Patreon, you subscribe on the $10 a month option, and then a link will be sent to you there, and you'll be able to get notes on things, church fathers and whatnot. Like I have channels where I go through why First Clement's not Trinitarian, why Polycarp's not Trinitarian, so on and so on. Yeah. So have a bunch of notes on that as well as other topics you can benefit from. There's a questions tabs. So whenever you do have questions, you can ask there, inshallah.
Mhm.
And sometimes I go on VC there for any questions as well.
Yeah, it could be beneficial then, brother. I'll just say I'll let you guys go on. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Barakallahu feek. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum.
Okay. And by the way, guys, besides the server, there's something also beneficial if people want to get into Dawa during the holy month of Ramadan. Just on the weekend, you can spend time, inshallah ta'ala, benefiting from the course we have here. Libiano and I will be conducting a course specifically on topics related to Christianity and Islam. So we've created a syllabus. I'll put that up in a second, right? So this is going to be $200 USD. Okay. You're going to get 4 weeks of lessons, 3 days a week. Okay. And there's also going to be homework involved between each lesson as well. Okay. So here's the syllabus. We can share it here. Okay. So let me just make this full screen. All right. So there's class 1 with Libiano. Okay. Then there is class 2 with Libiano, and then every third lesson will be with myself. Okay. So here's the content for the first week. And then you have week 2. These are the stuff during week 2. 2 lessons with Libiano, 1 lesson with myself. Then we got also homework, obviously, for each lesson as well. Got week 3. And then week 4. Okay, the link's there on my YouTube posts if you want to check. And yes, every class will have 10 to 15 minutes Q&A built in at the end for you to ask your questions, inshallah ta'ala. It's 200 a one-time payment? Yes, just a one-time payment. And if you can't pay in full, you will be able to pay in installments. Okay. Inshallah ta'ala, you guys can benefit from this course. Myself, what I'm going to be teaching is, you guys already know the Biano stuff, what he usually goes through. Myself, I'm going to be doing specifically Jesus' divinity in the Gospels for 2 parts. It's going to be week 1 and week 2. So class 3 and class 6. And going to be going through the four Gospels, disproving divinity. Then in class 9, we're going to start with Prophet Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam and the Gospels. Okay, this is something that I think people need to brush up on. Can we rewatch the lessons if we pay for the course? Yes, of course. You're going to have access to the recordings. When is the payment deadline? I wouldn't know. I think it's going to be a day before. So we're going to start the first weekend of Ramadan. Okay. So it'll probably be the day before the first weekend for your guys' time, not my time, your guys' time. My time is going to be Sunday. For you guys, it's going to be Saturday. Okay. So basically, the first Friday of Ramadan is probably the last day. No problem, akhi. If you get this class, would you get access to more advanced? Okay, so yeah, so the course is gonna be like beginner stuff, right? So, for example, for Prophet Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam in the Gospels, as you're gonna see, um, as you're gonna see here, like for example, right? I'm gonna go through what the Injil is. That's something basic. Most people should know this already if they've been watching my stuff and the Beyond stuff. But it's something we're gonna go through because it's basic, right? And then how to understand 757 from the Quran and all these things, right? Then we're gonna go through what prophecies? Well, we're gonna go through Matthew 21, Matthew 22. These are easy prophecies to use, very simple, etc., right? Maybe in the future we can teach the Paraclete prophecy or the Son of Man prophecy on a more advanced level. But this is beginner, right? We might do beginner, intermediate, then advanced, right? And we might section them, by maybe we do this every 6 months or every year or whatever. How long is each class? For about an hour to an hour and a half. Can you please tell me what's your personal position on Jesus' resurrection? Was it fabrication spread early on, or why did the people fabricate it? Yeah, so it was a fabrication early on. It was likely that people, they couldn't get around the fact that their Messiah has been supposedly killed, so they were more likely to see things or experience things that wasn't actually happening. This is the natural explanation that scholars usually give. So that's one. Or two, they got mixed up. People thought he resurrected from the fact that he didn't really die on the cross and then he reappeared to the disciples. So they took that reappearance as potentially, maybe he died and then he came back. And then that's when he reappeared. So those are a couple of ways you can take that. Let's see. So for how many students? I wouldn't know. I think Libyan keeping track of that, but maybe about 30, if I were to guess. Let's see. Any other questions before we move on? Okay. That looks like that's all. So let's get the next guest on, inshallah. Hello.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
I just had a question. So my friend is part of his school's MSA, and he's also with the Dawa organization. So I was doing some research with him just to learn. So we came across a statement of the Salaf. So Ibn Qutayba, who died 279, he said, "Musaddiqan lima bayna yaday, ay musaddiqan lima qabla." So all those verses that are saying, confirming what is between your hands, he's saying that it's confirming what came before.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
That's irrelevant.
So would it still confirm the four gospels? Or are you saying? Can you explain
It's
that?
irrelevant. It's irrelevant because musaddiqan, even if musaddiqan lima bayna yaday
Mhm.
is what you're saying, that doesn't change anything. Read Quran chapter 2 verse 41. Read in the Arabic because the translation butchers it sometimes.
وآمنوا بما أنزلت مصدقا لما معكم.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Means and believe in what I have sent down, confirming that is which already with you.
Okay. So you see how what you just said, it's completely irrelevant?
Okay, I think I understand that now. Thank you.
Okay. Read chapter 2 verse 101. Yes, akhi. Wa alaikum salam. You can. There's still like a week and a half left, I think, or thereabouts. So you just go on the Beyano's YouTube post or my YouTube post, and inshallah just pay through the Stripe link there. But yeah, akhi, so what does 2101 say?
It says the same thing basically.
Read it.
ولما جاءهم رسول من عند الله مصدق لما معهم.
No. That's not. Wait, it might be that actually. Yeah, keep reading. Yeah.
Hold on. نبعد فريق من الذين أوتوا كتاب الله.
Yep. وراء ظهورهم. Yeah.
وراء ظهورهم كأنهم لا يعلمون.
Okay, what does that mean?
And when the messenger came from Allah, coming to confirm what was with them, a party of those who had been given the scripture through the scripture of Allah behind their backs, as they did not know what it contained.
Okay. What are they putting behind their backs?
The scripture of Allah.
Which is what?
What was with them?
Which was?
The four gospels in this case, right?
The Torah. Here
Yeah.
it's talking about the Jews.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the point is that that's why we say general confirmation, because it's not confirming everything, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So is everything clear for you? Like what the Injil is, what the Torah is? We generally confirm them. We don't confirm all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. No problem. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa fiik salam. All right. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Yes, you can come up. No problem. Hello. Mic's muted. Yeah, barakallah feek, ukhti. So that's the link for the course if anyone wants to join. Drop on panel in 30 minutes if it's available. It's going to shock every Christian following the Jew. Okay. Yeah. So I think the Injil is the sayings of Isa alayhi salam found in there that would have been revealed to him as the word of God, such as the parables and teachings, etc. But obviously, it's not everything in the four gospels that are there. So what I believe is that there's the sayings floating around. The Injil is floating around orally. The four gospels took those sayings and put a biography around it. Can you explain 61:14 and 355 where Allah says Jesus' followers will become dominant? Christian apologetics claim this means numerical dominance. I got you, Akhi. So just come up on the panel and we can discuss it, inshallah, okay? Just come up on the panel and I can answer your question. Wafiq, Akhi. So my book's going to go through like how we can actually reconcile the fact that this is the case, that the sayings of Isa alayhi salam in the four gospels were floating around, and they took those sayings, put biographies around there, and now a lot of the sayings are actually Islamically compatible. It could be the case. Could be. It just supports our position that it's the four gospels specifically, and it's not like Paul's letters and whatever. So even if someone wants to take that position, that just supports our case. That's the four gospels. It's the sayings in the four. Okay, let's continue. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I had some questions, inshallah, for Dawa purposes. May Allah bless your works. So,
Barakallahu fiik.
number one, Isaiah 42 about shouting from the mountaintops. I understand there was like a nasheed that they sang when Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam arrived to
Yep.
Medina.
Tala al-badru alayna, yeah.
Does it say anywhere in the nasheed that specifically they were on the mountains while they're shouting it, or does it just say they sang when he came?
Well, the Medina is already mountainous, so wherever they were singing from, it would have been mountainous.
Oh, okay. That makes sense, yeah. Because I tried to look at the source and I couldn't find where it specifically says they were up on mountains, but that makes sense. Okay. And my other question was with regards to how in the Quran the Injil is like the sayings and parables of Jesus generally preserved within the four gospels. Does that include like other, like, how Ethiopians, they have more gospels and things like that? Does that include that, or does it only include like
Ethiopians don't.
canonized,
Ethiopians don't have more.
or not more gospels, more books?
No one has more gospels in any canon in the 7th century. There wasn't anyone that the vast majority were just using the four. So because of that, we have Ethiopians using the four, Romans using the four, Syrians using the four. You know what I'm saying? So it's likely that they're just using the four. And that's what the Quran's referring to. There's no reason to think that it's including anything outside of that, because otherwise, okay, so a random person that has a 5th century gospel, just a random person, he has a random 5th century gospel that's full of a bunch of like inauthentic stuff. Is the Quran telling him to judge by that gospel? Of course not,
Okay.
right? Yeah. So it's the only way it could be intelligible for the audience when it says judge by the gospel, it assumes they know what the gospel that was given to Jesus is. And the gospel say Jesus was preaching the good news of the kingdom of God. Good news means gospel. So in the gospels, you have Jesus preaching the gospel. So it's very clear for the audience to know, the teachings of Jesus, teaching the gospel, is what the Quran's referring to.
So it doesn't refer to, for example, like the Gospel of Thomas.
No, so the tradition of the Gospel of Thomas would relate to the four Gospels, because the four Gospels it could either be they have the same pool of tradition or whatever. But the point is that no one was walking around the Gospel of Thomas really, because what's the distinction between someone holding the Gospel of Thomas and someone holding some 5th century random gospel? How are they going to know why is the Quran referring to Thomas and not the 5th century one? You know what I'm saying? The only way you can differentiate is if you know, okay, the vast majority of people, they understand intelligibly so that the four gospels is the gospel when Jesus is speaking about the kingdom of God, right? So that's my position, at least. I say it's the four gospels, the sayings of Jesus. Anything relating outside of that, the Quran never says this is in the gospel and then you have to look outside of the four. That's the first thing, okay? Second thing is that whenever it talks about things that comes outside of the four, it's usually seerah literature.
Okay.
So Jesus was speaking on the cradle, or Jesus walked around and said this to the disciples, or there's nothing where it says, oh, Jesus preached this in the Injil, and you don't find it in the four. So I'll give you an example where we do find it. So chapter 48, verse 29, it says, in the gospel, it talks about a seed parable. Is the seed parable of the kingdom of God and the Muslims, is that in the four gospels? It is. Yeah.
It's in Mark, yeah.
Exactly. So you have another one. I'll give you another one. 61:6, where Jesus speaks about Ahmed. Can you derive that from the four gospels? Yeah. The Paraclete, or the Son of Man coming with the most doxa, sitting on the throne of God, like all these descriptions.
Okay. No, that makes sense. Yeah, and that position is very strong, the one that you have, in my opinion. So yeah. And then would the Torah then, in the Quranic lens, would that be like just the Torah, obviously, that was given to Moses, alayhi salatu wasalam, that's generally preserved in the Old Testament.
Yeah. So the Torah can either be what was revealed to Musa alayhi salam in the 5 books that's left, that's preserved, or it can be the general Jewish scriptures. Okay.
Both contexts are used in the Quran.
Yeah, in the Quran and the Hadith. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So, for example, it could include oral traditions from the Jews. It can include also, for example, why is it passing my mind right now? Yeah, so yeah, it's so obvious. Okay, so in Bukhari, we have a companion. I think Abdullah bin Amir. He talks about the description of the prophet in the Torah, but he quotes Isaiah 42.
Mm.
Right? Have you seen that before or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The mutawakkil, and it talks
Yes.
about. Okay, that makes sense. Does the Injil then have 2 meanings in the Quran, or is it just
Nah,
that one meaning that you
nah.
said?
It just seems like this one. So some scholars say,
Okay.
like Nicholas Sana, he was saying, oh yeah, maybe the Quran takes the whole New Testament to mean the gospel, and then there's this other way, and blah blah blah. But I'm not convinced by that because look. First of all, we know that Torah was already had that dual usage before the Quran. You know that, right?
No, I didn't know that, but that makes
Okay,
sense.
so John Chrysostom says Torah can refer to the whole Old Testament. Okay, so John Chrysostom, 4th century church father. Paul, when he quotes from outside of the book of Moses, outside of the Pentateuch, he still says that he's quoting from the law, and he quotes Isaiah, or you might quote Psalms. Jesus in John 10, he says, "Is it not written in your law, in your Torah, that you are gods?" Okay, but he's quoting the Psalm 82. So we have this already, like before the Quran.
Okay. Okay, no, that makes
But
sense.
with the Injil, we don't have anyone using this dual usage for it, and the Quran, like there's no need, like I said before, there's nothing in the Quran and Hadiths that would lead you to assume that Paul's letters are part of the Injil. There is stuff in the Quran and Hadith that would lead you to assume that Isaiah is part of the Torah. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Like the connections in there and the hadith about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that makes sense 100%. Jazakallah khair. I appreciate it. We give Dawa in Ohio, and we use your arguments and stuff. So may Allah reward you, and Jazakallah khair.
وإياك. بارك الله فيك. Salam. Akhi, a few questions. How should we understand the heavens and earth one entity verse? Yeah, it's talking about phenomena at the beginning of creation. What's the attitude to adopt with non-Muslims at school? Can we hold that we are better because we are Muslims? Well, obviously, it's better to be Muslim than not Muslim. In our eyes, the best disbeliever is worse than the worst Muslim. So obviously, there's that. And when it comes to the heavens and earth being one, that's like part of ilm al-ghaib. I don't get into that, but heavens and earth being one could also be referring to the creation of the earth, or the separating between the sky and the earth, where it would begin to rain and so on. You have to go back to the tafsir because I'm very vague on it. So then take my word for it. The only time the Quran directly quotes a passage from the previous book is Surah 21, 105. Yeah, that's because the Quran always paraphrases. The Quran is not going to quote verbatim from the scripture. The Quran doesn't quote people verbatim to begin with. It quotes them in meaning. Hey Dean, I saw a video by many prophets on message, and he said that the prophecy of a kraken being given to the people of God is found in a hadith. Do you think it's a solid argument? Yeah, that's a decent argument. That was a nice video. Are there any specific requirements to join the course? Any specific background? No. No. All you need, it's a basic introductory level course. Yeah, Muslim.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
I want to keep it as short as possible. I had questions about 2 verses.
Yep.
The first one would be 548. There's a few sections in it, but I wanted to start in the middle section where it says, "To each of you we have ordained the code of law and the way of life. If Allah had willed, He would have made you one community, but His will is to test you with what He has given each of you." So
Yeah.
apologists usually bring this up to say that this proves that Christians can use the gospel, Jews can use the Torah for judgment without using the Quran.
Yeah, that's wrong.
So what's your interpretation of that?
You got to read the Quran holistically. So, first of all, have you read 568?
Yeah, 568 says they should uphold the gospel, no, the Torah gospel and the Quran.
Right. And that's only like what, like 20 verses after. So it's obviously not saying what you said, right?
Yeah, but then
So-
they would say, I mean, the Quran tells them, like, if they uphold the Quran, then by doing so, they have to uphold, like, they have to judge by their scriptures and their, like, community.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, that's the point. If you judge by the Torah and gospel, you become Muslim. That's the point. If you judge by the Torah and gospel, you become Muslim and judge by the Quran. That's the point.
But if you go from 540 to 548, it's in regards to, like, legal laws. If you read the context of these verses.
Yeah. And judging in the whole context of the Quran, even though the immediate context is laws, that's right. 543, 547, and 548. Then what we have is in 568, it's saying a general statement, right? If you uphold to the Torah and the gospel properly within legal judgments and so on, then you'll become Muslim and judge by the Quran. That's the point it's making in 548.
Yeah, when I read, like, from 544 to 548, it seems like it's saying that the people at the time of Moses, peace upon him, should judge by the Torah, and then 546 it speaks about Jesus and the gospel being revealed to him, and then the verse comes after 547, so let the people of the gospel judge by it. So when I read it, it seems like it's like a historical sequence, and then when it reaches 548, it's okay, now you have to judge by the Quran, and then that's also when you read 549, it seems like that's
Yeah, but the context is about at the time of the Prophet. Why do they come to you for judgment when they have hukm Allah?
Yeah, so when I look at that one, when I read 541, 542, it's clearly speaking about just their hypocrisy. I mean, they claim to believe in their scriptures. They don't believe in the Prophet, peace be upon him, but all of a sudden now they're coming to him. Like, what's the point of them coming to him? I think
That's right. But then in 568, it's still telling you to, even if you do all of this and you say it's just at the past, you still have in 568, it says for them now to judge by the Torah and the gospel. So it's just going back to the same point.
568, I mean, it's, I have to read that one again because I don't know if that one's also referring to laws, because as we just said, 540 to 48, it seems like it's
Well, just because it's talking about laws doesn't mean it's limited to that. So are you saying like the Quran is only a muhaymin on the laws?
let's see, 548. No, I think 548 has like 2 categories in it. First off, it starts by saying it's a muhaymin over them, and then it speaks about that each one had like different laws.
Yeah, that's the point. It's a muhaymin on the laws and generally. That's the point. The point is that the Quran is telling you to judge by the true laws. It's telling you to judge by the true parts of the gospel and the Torah so that you become Muslim and take the Quran as a muhaymin. And that's the same thing with 568. It's just telling you the same thing. It's telling here in 568, it says, Say, O Prophet, O people of the book, you have nothing to stand on unless you observe the Torah or the Gospel and what has been revealed to you by your Lord. The proper observance of the Torah and Gospel is to follow the Quran because the Prophet's description is in there. Yeah.
The earliest exegetes, what did they think that the word Muhammad means? Now, when I say early exegetes, I'm referring to some of the Salaf who believed the Torah and Gospel in the 7th century were textually preserved. What did they think Muhammad
I don't
meant?
know. I don't know. Do we have an exegesis from like Bukhari or on that? I don't know. I don't think so.
Because it's clearly like Muhammad, like you speak Arabic. If I say Deen Haymana ala, let's say apologetics, it means Deen dominated over apologetics. It could also mean guardian. It has, all these different meanings.
So they might say that it's a Muhammad only in the sense of orally what's being transmitted. That might be that's like the only way I think they can reconcile it.
Yeah, but I mean, like, where are they getting that from? It's
a weird interpretation. Just the interpretation in general that the Torah and Gospel is preserved is just a weird interpretation of the Quran.
Yeah, so the other verse, because they also connect it to 548, Quran 262. Do you think that's referring to the Jews and Christians at the time of their, like at the time of the time of Prophet
262 or 262?
Yeah, where it says,
yeah,
إن الذين آمنوا والذين هادوا والنصارى والصابئين من.
Of course, that's before, yeah.
Because they use this and say that this is saying that Jews and Christians can go to heaven at the time of the Prophet.
Yeah, if that's the case, then why does the Quran say that they're kuffar?
Which verses say that? There's one that I go to something 98:6.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's sufficient. Yeah, and that is in 98 Meccan.
I could look it up. Now, Surah Al-Ma'idah is.
That's Medinian, yeah.
I think it's Medina. And that's where he had the Prophet had most of his interactions, right, with the Jews and Christians.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me look up 98. From a quick search, it's saying it's predominantly a Medinan surah, Surah Al-Bayyinah.
Okay, so even if it's Medinian, the other Surah Al-Ma'idah is Medinian as well. So how do you have this shift within one phase? Because look, if the Medinian one was Meccan and then this one was Medinian, then that would be like, okay, maybe there's a development. But how can you have in one phase in Medina a shift so massive where, okay, yeah, they're Muslims, but then here it's saying the kuffar. It doesn't make any sense. So it's obviously talking about before.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. I don't want to take long, but what was I gonna say? I forgot. So was there like a time at the time of the Prophet before like the full Quran was revealed? Was there a time where they were allowed to like use their book fully without having to like use the Quran?
Yeah, that was in Medina. Yeah.
Before Medina, were they?
There was no revelation about it.
So at no point when the revelation was there, they couldn't they couldn't judge fully by their.
What do you mean? Are you talking about laws?
Yeah, let's say laws.
There's no revelation on it. There's no revelation talking about it. When they went to Medina, then there was a pact where you judge by your laws within your community, and we judge by our laws within our community.
And that's after the Prophet came to them?
Yeah.
What's the reason for that? I mean, would they still be considered upon falsehood, or that was allowed?
Of course, but it's like, look, when the Prophet ﷺ went to Medina, they had like a little truce type thing, or a treaty, where they would say, okay, you can judge by your laws, we judge by our laws, and then you can actually read I don't know if it's authentic or not. You're gonna have to ask Leafy, he knows more on this. But basically, it's not to say that their laws, like, it's basically, if you're not gonna rule by Islam, then we want you to rule by Islam. But if you don't, then at least rule by the laws that you have. It's better than ruling by other than what your book has. That was basically the whole thing behind that. All right.
Yeah, I think that's
Now,
valid, but they're still upon
yeah,
falsehood if they do that. Like today, if you
of
go
course,
like
yeah.
if a country isn't dominated by it's not under a Muslim rule, okay, the like let's say Romania, okay, they should judge by their book, but they're still upon falsehood. But
Yeah, of
yeah,
course,
I
yeah.
got the point. Yeah, but I appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. Salam.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, RS.
Hi, Mr. Dean. How are you doing? You all right?
Hmm.
How are you doing? You all right?
Doing good, man. How are you?
I'm not too bad. I'm not too bad. I just wanted to speak to you, yeah. But I just want to discuss something about Christianity, about Jesus Christ, the lies that the Christians have given, and
You Muslim?
the lies.
Are you Muslim?
Sorry?
Are you Muslim?
No, bruv. No, I'm not.
What are you?
I'm an atheist, man. Agnostic.
Okay. So why aren't you Muslim?
No, we'll talk about this later. Can I please? Can I speak
Nah, bro. Nah,
about
bro.
Jesus
Because
first?
because the point is for you to speak on your beliefs, not to speak on theirs.
No, what I'm doing actually, Mr. Dean, is this, that I am doing a research study on comparative religious studies. So I travel the world, and I go and see the places. And when I get something and all that, with blessing that I am my mother father's blessing, I've got enough that I can go to places that when they say that nobody can reach, I reach there. So I go and see myself. And if I tell you this, that I've seen where Jesus Christ is buried, his tomb, I've seen that. And have done research on him for the last 6 years, me and my team. We've done
What's your
research.
team made? What's your team made out of?
Sorry?
What's your team made of?
I don't really want to say a lot of things. It's just this thing. It's just this, that, you know what? I just want to say this. If you want,
Serious.
if you want to hear about this, the reality of Jesus, then we can discuss about this, because I do not want to. That's it. Because you know what? I've called God like Jake. He brushed.
Good job, bro. Assalamu alaikum. Jabber. What? Dude. Come up on the panel. Give us that reference. Yeah. Some crazy people on the internet, man. Well, yeah, akhi, have you come across ring and charismatic structures in the Quran? Yeah, I've seen a bit of them. They're pretty interesting. And with regards to motivation, this is just what I love to do. Yeah. Let's try to get some Christians on, guys. Like up the live, share the live. Asking for funds to travel and write bogus papers. That's crazy. I can't tell you much about my research. You got the whole team. Yo, don't make fun of his voice is sinful. Where do you get that from? Bro's making up rulings on the spot. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, guys, there's no one on the backstage. Just keep liking up the live. Hello, Spence.
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on, man? Being well? You doing good? Yeah, you cut out, man. Do you believe Yahya alayhi salam was the son? No, I don't actually believe that, but you can run it. Yo, Spence,
Yo,
can you hear
can
me?
you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. What's up?
Sorry, man. Hey, so I just got a question for you. Obviously, I'm a Christian. Been listening for like the last hour, but you didn't have any guests, so I figured I'd just join up. We talked a couple days ago. I don't know if you remember.
Did that end well or did that end good?
I think it ended well. You had to like dip out, so I was talking to a friend of yours. Can't remember his name, and then we were in the
Ah, yes,
middle.
yes. I
You remember
remember
his
now.
name?
Yes,
And
yes. You're
I,
yes, you're speaking to Cal. Yes, I remember now.
yeah,
Okay.
I think you when you came back, we were in like a very small specific part of a conversation, and I think it just tickled you the wrong way, but it wasn't like a.
No, no, no. I
I think
remember. I
we.
remember. It was a decent
Yeah.
convo. I remember. Okay, so look, Spence,
Yep.
did you find anyone condemning getting married at puberty before the modern age?
I didn't find anyone condemning it. No.
Okay, beautiful. So we're not going to hear the age of Aisha coming up anymore, right?
No, so that actually wasn't the point that I was bringing up to Cal. The point that I was bringing up to
Mm-hmm.
Cal was more about I was kind of leaning into what his interpretation on what it would be for today because when I hear kind of not like the justification for it, but you know people will say, well, back in that time it was normal, but it was for that time. So my question to
No,
Cal would
no, no,
be,
no.
well, you know,
No, the point is this. Look, I'll make it very simple.
okay,
Any girl that is physically mentally mature can get married as long as it's also obeying the laws of the land. Okay. So maybe there is
okay,
a girl that's 15, 16 today that's ready to get married in the West. Maybe that could be the case. That's not very unlikely. There's even some Western countries that have put the age limit or they put the age minimum at 15. Okay. So
okay.
that could be the
And I'll
case.
be
But the point is that we have to obey the law of the land. So even if you are 15 and you're ready for marriage, in the West, it doesn't matter because you have to obey the law of the land. So whatever the law of the land says, you have to obey it. Now, there could be the case that a girl's 18 and she's not ready for marriage. And that's why the father's opinion is so important with regards to this, or the guardian, whoever the guardian is of the girl, because he'll be able to assess that. He's older, obviously the protector, the man of the house. So that's the type of thing that would go on. Okay. Now, for that time, the conditions for getting married at young ages were facilitated for. That's why no one had a problem with it. Nowadays, our conditions don't facilitate for it. That's the point. Okay. Now,
Okay.
on the part of Christianity that we were speaking about last time, we gave you some verses to ponder about, right? So, for example, Jesus not knowing the hour and so on. So, do you still believe Jesus is God?
Well, can we talk about that verse specifically? Because
Yeah, go on.
I did look up some. Well, I'll say look up. I don't know if you are familiar. He's an apologetic. His name's Elijah. Um,
Okay.
so he discussed this kind of in depth. He went through I guess like the Greek. Like I said, I'm not like a scholar or anything, but
Okay.
his interpretation of it would be that there's different ways to interpret the Greek there, whereas one would be Jesus does not know the hour, and the other interpretation would be he does not reveal or to tell.
We dealt with that, bro.
No, we actually, because I kind of conceded that you showed me the Greek for to know the hour, and I kind of conceded that that's what it like.
No, 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 no. That's not what happened. I showed. Okay. Before I share my screen right now and show you the context,
Okay,
we have a word. Let's say bat. Yeah. Okay. What can bat mean to you?
you said bat. Hang on, I'm looking
Yeah. BAT. What could that possibly
oh,
mean to
okay,
you?
like a baseball bat or a bat that flies around.
All right. Beautiful. What determines what I mean when I say bat?
The context that you're talking about.
Beautiful.
So you're saying, so you're,
Does the context facilitate for declare or to tell, or does it facilitate for my interpretation?
I would say the context in that one sentence would be, it could be either way, but I would say that the context in the following sentences would be more along
Beautiful.
the lines
So
of to tell.
why didn't you press your friend Elijah on that?
Well, I wasn't speaking to him, I was just kind of listening. I think you're actually like the only, I don't even know what you'd be called, like an apologist, but you're like the only person who ever spoke to on any of this.
All right. So his interpretation doesn't work, right?
Okay. Yeah,
I
I
mean,
would say, based on reading, it wouldn't make sense to me to use the same word tell in the following sentences. So I could agree with that. And I don't know if
all
you
right.
remember, I I I kind of admitted, and I say admitted like it's a crime. I think that religion is kind of your own thing, but when I read the gospel the first time, I did not interpret it as Jesus is claiming to be God. So I'll go ahead and admit that.
Man, do you know how many people come on my panel and say that, and then they still struggle trying to make him seem like he's God?
Yeah, but then I also struggle on the I struggle with the Islamic part of it, right? Like,
Which is
well, like for example, I guess you were talking to a guest like I think 2 or 3 guests ago, and he was talking about basically like, okay, so the crucifixion happens, and based on Islamic belief, God basically replaces Jesus on the cross, and he makes people believe that Jesus was crucified, right? Which kind
okay.
of causes Christianity. So in a way, based on that interpretation of the story, God kind of has created this
Nope.
conundrum
Nope.
of an issue.
Nope. 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 All right. Does Christianity need the crucifixion?
It means the resurrection.
Yeah, which involves the crucifixion, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Christianity needs the crucifixion. So Christianity necessitates crucifixion. Okay. Does crucifixion necessitate Christianity?
That's crucifixion. That's the uh can you reword that? Because the way I hear that is this crucifixion like need Christianity, which would be a no to me.
No, does crucifixion necessarily lead to Christianity, or can it lead to other options?
It could lead to other options.
Okay, that's your answer.
But
I guess my problem would be like for God to play his hand that way, you know, to kind of like spot because Islam didn't, you know, fully form until 600. So what happens to the followers of Jesus
If the
when,
followers of
you know,
Jesus believe, if the followers of Jesus believe Jesus died, does not affect their Islam.
okay, now the in now the belief that Christ resurrects, which would make
Doesn't
him
affect
God.
Islam. Doesn't affect Islam.
So
That
the
doesn't
Chris,
so you can be a disciple of Jesus, think that he died, right, at that time,
Mhm.
and think that he resurrected, right, but be wrong about that, and yet you're still Muslim.
could you give me your thoughts on like why I guess or like maybe there's you know maybe top share or something about this, but like
Yeah, I got you.
what
You want to see one of the greatest scholars of Islam saying exactly what I just said?
no, I'm not saying what you're saying is a lie. I'm trying to get your thoughts on like why that would be. For example, like
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Jesus
So
comes down, is supposed to get crucified. God says, you know, like I'm gonna replace him.
what do
That
you mean
all makes
what
sense
do you
to
mean
me.
he's supposed to, what do you mean he's supposed to get crucified?
Well, not just crucified, but you know, uh, Isaiah kind of foretells a Messiah
No,
to die.
nope, nope. Doesn't foretell that.
Granted, granted, I'm talking about from my
I
perspective, right?
yeah, but we can challenge that perspective.
Okay.
Okay. So
I
in
mean, I could
Isaiah,
challenge, but we could also challenge like your perspective from like a historical and a gospel source, right?
yeah, we can try that. No problem.
Okay.
So does the Quran say that that the people saw Jesus get crucified?
Does the gospel say that, or
No,
sorry,
no.
my dog's being
Does the
right.
Quran say that they saw Jesus crucified?
I'll be honest with you, brother. I'm only on like chapter probably one
So
and a half right
it's all good, man. But if you're gonna make claims about what the Quran says and the errors it has, you have to know the verses. So the
now.
verse says,
I believe it
look,
says that they thought that they
yeah,
saw Christ
listen,
crucified.
listen. The verse says they saw Jesus crucified. History documents they saw Jesus crucified. But it just so happens to me that God substituted him. Okay. So that's just the added caveat. But that's a metaphysical claim. That's a miraculous claim. That's not detectable by history. But what is detectable by history is what they saw. And the Quran affirms what they saw. It affirms that they saw this event. But the reality behind it, something miraculous went on. So I'll give you an example. There's a war going on. I believe it's in maybe someone in the chat can help me. It might be in First or Second Kings. There was a war that occurred in the Old Testament where God made the other army hear stuff that wasn't actually true. Okay. So
Oh yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I'm
okay.
familiar.
So that event in the Bible, yeah.
Yeah.
Very very vaguely I remember it. So if someone was to document from that time and they say, "Oh yeah, we heard these noises," and someone was to document it, then we have those documents today.
Then it wouldn't make it untrue. It would. Okay.
Exactly.
I'm
That's the
following.
point. Yeah. So that's the same principle used for the crucifixion. Now, the point is that if God says, "Oh yeah, these people heard it this way," but in reality it wasn't actually true, that obviously that's a metaphysical claim because you're saying in reality it wasn't true. Yeah. So that's the same thing here. We would say, yeah, they saw it, but in reality it wasn't true. Um, Now we can even address the Isaiah thing. So in Isaiah 53, have you read all of Second Isaiah?
Yeah, I've read the entire Bible probably 4 or 5 times.
Okay. So who is the suffering servant in Second Isaiah?
Well, interpretations. Christians obviously would say it's talking about Christ, and then I guess from a Jewish perspective, it would be talking about Israel as a people, kingdom
No,
of
no,
Israel.
no. What is the book itself in clear terms? Who is the servant in Second Isaiah most of the time?
I mean, off the top of my head, the biggest interpretation I would pull up is Israel. But
Yeah. Look here. So guys, check out Orthodox Muslims articles. So he already started these articles, right? So he has, is Allah a father? Isaiah 53, not about Jesus. Okay, so let's click on that. Let's have a look here. Isaiah 53 is clearly about Israel. The passage itself tells you. Okay, so let's zoom in. Christian missionaries and apologists treat Isaiah 53 like a slam dunk. And to be honest, I understand why, as it's the best shot they have to prove Jesus fulfilled any messianic prophecy in context. The problem is that if you start Isaiah 53 in the middle, read it like a standalone poem, you can make it sound like almost anything. But Isaiah it wasn't written in isolation. It sits inside Second Isaiah, a section focused on Israel in exile and Israel's restoration in front of the nations. The context is Israel coming out of exile. Isaiah 40 to 55 is packed with comfort language. Fear not, I redeem you. Exile language and restoration language. It's addressing Jacob or Israel as a people under judgment, and then brought back, vindicated, displayed before the world. So you got here, look, Isaiah 40, comfort, comfort. You got here, and Isaiah 43, for your sake I will send to Babylon and bring down as fugitives all the Babylonians. Isaiah 44, here is my shepherd, and will accomplish all that I please. Here's Isaiah 45. This is what the Lord says to his anointed, Cyrus. Isaiah 48, Babylon. Isaiah 52, again. Then you have here, the servant is explicitly identified as Israel over and over. But you, Israel, my servant. Isaiah 43, you are my witnesses, plural, and my servant, singular, whom I have chosen. Isaiah 44, O Jacob, my servant, Israel. Isaiah 45, for the sake of Jacob, my servant, and Israel, my chosen. Isaiah 48, Yahweh has redeemed his servant, Jacob. Isaiah 49, you are my servant, Israel, in whom I will display my splendor. It literally cannot get clearer than this. There is no room to misidentify the servant. It is none other than Israel. Isaiah 52 sets up the speakers, the nations, and kings. Many people don't know that the suffering servant section starts at Isaiah 52, not in 53. The suffering glory of the servant. See, my servant would act wisely. Here, Isaiah describes the suffering servant who, till this point, is assumed to be Israel, because there's no good reason to assume this is anybody other than the same servant, described all throughout Second Isaiah. Okay, and if we go down here, yes, so every single verse in the suffering servant section applies to Israel elsewhere, and especially the righteous remnant. So if you look here, servant is described as a shoot out of dry ground and a seed planted and grown by God. Servant is described as being rejected, despised, ugly, and unwanted. Two main descriptions are those. As you see in Isaiah 60, then all your people will be righteous, they will possess the land forever. They are the shoot I have planted. Psalm 80, vine, you brought a vine out of Egypt. You drove out the nation and planted it. You cleared the ground for it. It took deep root and filled the land. Lamentations, Jerusalem has sinned greatly, so has become unclean. All who honored her despise her, for they have seen her naked. You got Ezekiel and you got Lamentations as well. Okay, here's another one. Servant carries infirmities and diseases. Israel's suffering restoration brings repentance and spiritual healing to the nations. The Hebrew word reads because of our, not for our, as a prefix me is used. The iniquity that was laid on Israel is the punishment of God using the iniquity of Babylon, as Jeremiah says. Okay, so if you read here, then the nations will know that I am the Lord. Okay, declares the sovereign Lord, when I am proved holy through you before their eyes. Isaiah 45, they shall follow you, they shall come over, bow down to you. God is with you alone, and there's no other. Then you see here, in their affliction, you earnestly seek me in Hosea. When your judgment comes upon earth, the people of the world learn righteousness. Here's another one, Jeremiah 25. I will send my servant Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, whom I will bring out this land against its residents and against all surrounding nations. I'll punish the king of Babylon and the land of Chaldeans for their iniquity, declares the Lord, and I'll make an everlasting desolation. Yeah. So you can keep reading the rest. Point is that all these descriptions about Israel, you can read later on his website. Okay. I'll link his website here actually. All of the descriptions apply to Israel elsewhere. The servant is always called Israel in Second Isaiah. Okay. And there's no reason for us to assume it's Jesus from the context.
Yeah, and I can say that objectively, when I read Isaiah the first time without any apologetic influence, my interpretation was he was talking about Israel, because not only in Isaiah does it not seem like a prophecy, but it seems kind of like I mean, it kind of reads to me kind of, just how kings would read when, Israel is in turmoil because of their iniquity, and then God is saying, I'm going to save you. So I didn't read like a Messiah into there. I read Israel needs, just like in any other book in the Old Testament. So that's not like now I will say, like, after, outside influence, I could read into what they're saying. I guess my point is, I'm not really here to like fight you on it. I'm actually here to ask you, um, is there anything alongside of the Quran? I feel like reading the Quran the first time through would be a good idea without any outside influence. I'm trying to go into it without any bias. Now, is there anything on like a second read that you would recommend that I could write down
Yeah,
to
so what I
read
would
like
recommend
alongside
is
of it?
use Ibn Kathir. You know Tafsir Ibn Kathir?
I don't know it. I've definitely heard the name. Familiar with the name for sure.
Okay, so I'll show you how to access, okay? So
Okay.
first, Quran.com, yeah?
Okay.
So if you search for Quran.com, and then let's say we want let's see. Okay, Quran 5, let's say. Chapter 5. Okay, so you just search up Quran 5 on Quran.com. Okay. I'll share my screen here. Yeah. So this is going to be just the normal read, the translation with the Arabic. Then let's say you want to go down here and you're reading 5:13, 5:14, 5:15. So you read 5:15 here. O people of the book, now our messenger has come to you, revealing much of what has been hidden in the scriptures and disregarding much. There certainly has come to you from Allah a light and a clear book. Okay. Now, on the bottom left here, it says there's like a little book symbol and it says tafsirs.
Yep, I see it.
So you click on that. Then it's going to open up these. Okay, so last time I opened it up, it was in the Arabic, but it's normally going to appear the English. Okay. Now in the English section, you're going to have Ibn Kathir. Okay. Then you can read. There's that section here. O people of Scripture, now has come to you our messenger, explaining to you much of what used to hide, and passing over much. So the Prophet explained where they altered, distorted, changed, and lied about Allah. He also ignored much of what they changed, since it would not bring about any benefit if it was explained. Okay. So that's like his tafsir there, you see?
Okay, so you're saying on a second read, like let's say I do a chapter or a couple verses, and then I should hop over and kind of like read
Only,
along.
yeah. So only if there's something that you're thinking maybe it requires it. If you think it doesn't really require it, there's no need to look at the tafsir.
Okay, because I feel like we're on the same page as far as what I would call the Father, and obviously you would call Allah. Like I'm on the same page as that. I guess my contention, and I hate to say this because I know from your perspective, it's not like a verses, but from my perspective, it's like a Jesus verse Muhammad kind of thing. And I believe that's like the wrong way to look at it, and I'm trying to look at it as like an unbiased source.
Yeah,
So we gotta
Jesus
understand.
prophesied Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam. We discussed this before. Daniel 2, Daniel
Yeah.
7. Jesus spoke about the Son of Man as someone who's different to him. Jesus alayhi salam spoke about a nation to come after. We know it's not the Trinitarian nation that we established that Jesus isn't God. It's most likely a nation that believes he's not God, that he's the Messiah, and they ruled and they destroyed the Roman Empire. That's the Islamic kingdom, So look into that a bit more. Read the Quran, I would recommend, with those tafsirs. And yeah, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide you towards Islam.
One more question for you. Okay.
Yep.
This isn't anything that I'm gonna find in scripture. What would you recommend as someone who has like like an extreme personal experience in like I don't want this to sound the wrong way, like an anti-Muslim perspective, not from like a religious experience, but from like a physical. I don't know if you remember, man. I've been in the army. I've been in Afghanistan, Syria, and obviously I'm on the American side of things. Uh, what would you recommend as someone who kind of looks at like for example, again, this isn't me trying to like muddy the waters or anything, but I've seen some like pretty bad things going on with like little boys in Afghanistan. Um, you know, little boys in Syria, like a culture of like older men with very young boys and stuff. Like, what would you recommend for someone who has like not a religious experience, but like a bias against because of like personal experience?
Yeah. So look, whoever does that, that's obviously haram, right? Because
Okay, so
homosexuality, homosexuality in itself, it's condemnable by death in Islam.
okay,
So what?
so
So what I
that
recommend is, bro, you just try to read the Quran with an open mind. Okay, you read it with an open mind, see what it says, then you learn what the Sunnah says, and you're not gonna find those stuff, right?
okay.
You're not gonna find any of those stuff being mentioned. We already got through the whole dispute. The main issue some people have is always found within the Bible. Stuff that they would have issues with that isn't in the Bible is usually not issues in Islam. It's actually stuff having to do with culture or just people doing stuff that's not Islamic, like ISIS and so on.
Yeah, because I've been to a few other countries where definitely was not like that. So I'm not saying it's like that all over the world. Like
Yeah, you just have to check what the scripture says. So if I see Christians, for example, doing that, like a lot of early Christians were doing that. It's called pederasty, and so much so that in the Didache they had to condemn pederasty because they were doing this. Pederasty is an older guy with a younger boy.
Okay.
Yeah, so you find that the Didache they had to condemn it because it was so prevalent.
Okay, well, I really appreciate it, man. I just want you to know I appreciate everything you do. I just wanted to say I know your live streams are kind of like a Christian. You want Christian viewers, but I do appreciate that you take all the Islamic people's calls and stuff. You kind of explain that helps me kind of get a deeper perspective on everything. So I'll be back. I got a 24-hour shift tomorrow, so I'm gonna do some reading in the Quran. And then hopefully sometime this week coming up, I got my daughter's birthday, but I'll be back, man. I didn't want to have any bad blood between us. So if you see me pop up, I'm not coming as like
Sounds good, man.
someone to spoil your
Sounds
stream or
good.
anything like that.
And of course, we love. Look, if Muslims look, my whole shtick isn't I want to attack Christian. I'm not like the how do you call it? Those Christian apologists where they just attack Islam all day, all night. They're never gonna deal properly with if a Christian may have a doubt or a Christian may have a question. You're not gonna see times where they're doing open panels for Christians and want you're not going to see that. But with us, we actually care about our community. Obviously, I care about the Muslim community online. I care about them being strengthened in their faith, and then obviously also I want Christians to be invited towards Islam. And that's what we pray for you, bro. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide you towards Islam, and yeah, hope you have a good day.
All right, you have a good day too, man.
Take care.
Stay
Bye.
safe.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. All right. Hello, Toronto Bible Study. Hello. Akhi, I'm not able to join the link. I want to know how Jesus followers became dominant. Sorry, 1 second. How's it doing this? All right, whatever. So, yeah. So, the answer to that is very simple, Akhi. We dealt with Testify on this question a long time ago. Okay? So, if we just pull up this. So, first, okay, look, let's bring this up. Let's bring up 61:14. Okay. Yeah, let's read the context of the surah. And then we'll read 350. All right, so let's read all of 61. It's not that long. Okay. Whatever is in the heavens and whatever is on the earth glorifies Allah, for He alone is the Almighty, all wise. O believers, why do you say what you do not do? how despicable it is in the sight of Allah that you say what you do not do. Surely Allah loves those who fight in His cause in solid ranks as if they were one concrete structure. Remember, O Prophet, when Moses said to his people, "O my people, why do you hurt me when you already know I'm Allah's messenger to you?" Allah's messenger to you. So when they persistently deviated, Allah caused their hearts to deviate, for Allah does not guide their rebellious people. Okay, so does this say that Moses' people, does it say that they triumphed or that they didn't triumph? Does it say that they dominated or that they didn't dominate? So I'm waiting for you, Akhi, to comment on that, because you said you can't come on the StreamYard. So I'll just speak to you through here, okay? Anonymous, you there? I don't see you in the comments, Akhi. So I'm just going to explain it quickly then, okay? Obviously, Moses' nation didn't dominate. Okay, so that's the first thing. I remember Jesus, son of Mary, said, "O children of Israel, I'm Allah's messenger to you, confirming the Torah which came before me, giving good news after me of a person after me to come after me who's going to be named Ahmad." Yeah, when the prophet came with clear proofs, they said this is pure magic. Okay, so obviously Jesus' nation didn't triumph either. Okay, who does more wrong than the one who fabricates lies about Allah when invited to submit to Him? For Allah does not guide the wrong-doing people. They wish to extinguish Allah's light with their mouths, but Allah will certainly perfect His light, even through the dismay of the disbelievers. He is one who has sent His messenger with true guidance to the religion of truth, making it prevail over all others, even to the dismay of the polytheists. Okay, so which group is prevailing here? The group prevailing here is obviously the Muslims. It's not Jesus' nation, it's not Moses' nation. Okay, this is the context. "O believer, shall I guide you to an exchange that will save you from a painful punishment? It is to have faith in Allah and His messenger and strive in the cause of Allah with your wealth and your lives. That is best for you, if only you knew. He will forgive your sins and admit you into gardens under which rivers flow, and splendid homes in the gardens of eternity. That is the ultimate triumph. He will also give you another favor that you long for, eminent victories for good news to believers. O believer, stand up for Allah. As Jesus, son of Mary, asked the disciples, who will stand up with me for Allah? The disciples replied, we will stand up for Allah. Then a group of the children of Israel believed, while none disbelieved. We then supported the believers against their enemies, so they prevailed. This is talking about the time of the Prophet ﷺ, the Muslims prevailing. So I'm talking about the Christians at the time. So the prevailing came through the Prophet ﷺ. Those true believers that didn't believe Isa ﷺ was God. Their prevailing came through the Prophet ﷺ's preaching. Okay? That's the context of that. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says earlier that Jesus' nation didn't prevail. Moses' nation didn't prevail. 61:8 or 61:9. That Allah revealing this religion of truth, making it prevail over all others. So Islam prevailed at the time of the Prophet ﷺ. Okay? So that's the explanation for 61:14. Now, going to chapter 3, verse 50. Just scroll down. All right, this isn't loading. All right. So I think it was 355. So remember when Allah said, "Oh Jesus, I will take you and raise you up to myself. I will deliver you from those who disbelieve and elevate your followers above the disbelievers until the day of judgment. And to me, you will all return and will settle your disputes. As to those who disbelieve, I will subject them to a severe punishment in this life and the hereafter, and they will have no helpers. As for those who believe and do good, they will be rewarded in full, and Allah does not like the wrongdoers." So this is talking about them being elevated in a spiritual sense. the believers of Jesus will be elevated in spiritual sense, and the other verse says they will be elevated and dominate in a sense of military. So through the military efforts of the Muslims at the time of the Prophet, they dominated militarily. So in 355, those that believed in Jesus and didn't believe he was God, they're going to be elevated until the day of judgment in the spiritual sense, because that's the context. The context isn't about numbers. The context is literally about the akhirah here. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. All right, Toronto. Hello.
Hello. How are you,
What's going
sir?
Doing good, man. Yourself?
Good, good. So you talking about the Christian dilemma? What's that all about?
Oh, yeah. So, well, basically, you know how there's the so-called Islamic dilemma that Christians try to use? Well, I'm just trying to show them that if we use that level of uncharitability, then you can make a ton of Christian dilemmas, right? So we can start with like this Matthew 23 one. So are you familiar with Matthew 23?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So Jesus said to the crowds and to his disciples, the teachers of the law and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat, so you must be careful to do everything they tell you, but do not do what they do, for they do not practice what they preach. Okay, so when Jesus says you must be careful to do everything they tell you, is that talking about absolutely everything that they teach from the Torah?
Well, everything is from Moses. Yeah, it says that they sit in Moses' seat, right? So it's like they're supposed to
So
do
for
everything
example,
that they teach from Moses.
yeah,
Not
so
just
for
everything they teach.
yeah, so for example, when we talk about, for example, dietary restrictions, in Matthew 23, Jesus is saying, do everything they teach, including the fact that you can't eat pork. Is that correct?
Yeah. That's one of the
Okay.
Moses teaching, yeah, for sure.
All right, beautiful. So in Matthew 23, Jesus is telling the disciples, don't eat pork, because that's what the Pharisees are teaching. Don't eat pork. Okay. So when Jesus says here in Matthew 15:11, what goes into someone's mouth that does not defile them, but what comes out of their mouth, that is what defiles them. Is Jesus saying here that you can't eat pork?
No.
He's not saying that?
No, he's talking about their thing of hand washing and stuff, isn't it?
Right. So Jesus isn't making all foods clean there?
Making all foods clean? No, does it say that?
That's what it says in Mark. Your inspired author says that.
Mark what?
Mark 7, man. Here we go. In saying this, Jesus declared all foods clean.
Oh, that's the wrong translation, bro.
Oh, is it?
What was it? Mark 7?
Give me the right translation. I'll pull it up. So it's Mark 7:19.
Yeah, it says it's actually like the word is katarizo. It's just like cleaning, right? So what he's saying is that when they go into the when the food goes into the draft, it purges all meat. So it purges them for the body. It cleans them out from your body. That's what it's like. That's what the King James proper translation says. Like it goeth out into the draft, purging all meats. You know, he's certainly not saying that.
So you want me to pull up KJ?
First of all,
what's the right translation?
That
Wait, what's the right translation that we should look?
KJV is the right. KJV is
NKJV. Okay.
Not NKJV.
Not N?
NKJV.
Oh, okay, no problem.
KJV.
Let's use KJV.
I'm just saying, look, he's certainly not saying that you could eat pork. That's not what he's saying to the Jews in Mark 7. Okay, that's not what he's saying at all. Because he would never say that. Why would he ever say that? They're under the law.
That's what Mark says. That's what Mark says.
It doesn't say that. It does not say that, man. Go to King James. King James.
So Mark 7 verse 19.
19.
Okay. And goeth into the drought, purging all meats. Okay. Why is this in brackets?
Why is it in brackets? What brackets?
It's meant to be Mark's comment. This is butchering it, bro.
What do you mean butchering? What are you talking about?
Do you use the Codex Sinaiticus?
No, I don't. I use the King James. What are you talking about?
Okay, so what is the King James version uses later manuscripts.
Later in what sense? Oh, later,
Later
like
in terms of dating.
Yeah, later doesn't mean it's inferior. Those are the ones that were in the
Or
church.
no. No,
Sorry?
no, no.
What do you mean? What do you mean no?
No, it's not.
What do
Okay,
you
so
mean, no?
so 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 in
What
Mark
I'm saying, what I'm
7,
saying is the King James,
yeah,
the manuscripts the King James uses, right?
they're later. It's
They were in the
worse.
church. No.
It's
Hold
worse.
on a sec.
Yeah.
No. Worse. Wait.
Yeah,
First
go
of
on.
all, later doesn't mean worse in text criticism. First of all, secondly,
It
those are
does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No,
Yes, it
that's a
does.
rule.
Okay,
No,
give me
wait,
show
that's a
show me
rule.
show me one reference that says that. Show me one scholar that says that.
Bart Ehrman. They all say that.
Okay.
It's a known fact.
Okay, give me
No,
one
but
quote.
hold on
Give
a
me one
sec, hold on a
quote.
sec.
Give me one quote from them. No, we're not moving away
Hold
from
on a
this.
sec. Hold on a sec.
Give me one quote that they say later doesn't mean that necessarily it's worse. Give me one.
Look, that's a known fact in text criticism, of course.
Okay, so if it's a known fact, go get the quote. I'm waiting for you. Go get the quote.
Wait. Why do I have to get a quote?
Because you made a claim.
Are you trying to say that?
Because you made a claim.
No. You're the one who's making the claim that Mark 7.
No, you made the claim that later doesn't mean worse. I'm saying later does mean worse.
Whatever it means.
It's not whatever, man. Go give me the
You're trying to
reference.
say- Wait. You're trying to say Mark 7 means
You're lying on
Jesus
scholarship.
allowed-
You're
Hold on a second.
dude.
Hold on a second. No, I can. No, wait. I can get that. But wait.
Okay, go get it.
You're trying to say that's another thing. Hold on. You're
No,
trying to say
this
that
is
Mark
exactly what you
7
said, dude. What do you mean it's whatever?
You're
Go
trying
get
to
the
say-
go
wait,
get the reference. I'm waiting for you. Go get the
Dude,
reference.
Wait. No.
So you
Explain to me
go
how-
get the
explain to me
reference.
how-
You go
wait,
get the
wait,
reference. No, it's not. Wait. Go get the reference, and then I'll give you references where they say there's later additions, because the earliest manuscripts don't have it, and the later manuscripts do have it. So you go get that reference. I'll go get a reference. Okay. So when you're ready, just unmute your mic. Just go find the reference, and you can come back. So we need a reference that says later manuscripts doesn't mean that it's worse than the earlier manuscripts. You're muted, bro. You're still talking on mute, man. Still muted. Hello?
So bad, dude. Yeah, I know.
All right.
So why don't you
Yeah.
let me know?
You're unmuted here. You're unmuted. Okay, so listen, bro. You got the reference? I got a reference
Hold
on
on.
hand.
I'm gonna get it right now.
No,
but hold on a second.
no,
Wait.
bro.
No,
bro,
listen,
listen.
dude. It's the same.
Listen,
word.
we're making it
Every
work, man.
manuscript.
You
Even
made a
in
claim
there-
saying no, Toronto.
Even the Sinaiticus, it says the same thing.
Wait,
It's the same Greek word.
did you get the reference that says later manuscripts doesn't mean that it's worse? Did you get it?
Yeah. Oh wait, I'm gonna get it right now. Hold on.
Okay, no problem. When you get it, you can speak. I have my reference ready for you, showing that the Bart Ehrman believes it's later additions because they don't appear in the earliest manuscripts. So when you're ready, I'll show you.
No. Mark 7.
Okay.
He doesn't say that about Mark 7:19. He doesn't say that about that.
What do you
Mark
mean?
7:19
Of
is the
course
same
not, dude.
text.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your
So,
claim
why are you talking
that
about- we're talking about
Bart
Mark
Ehrman.
7:19.
No. Stay on mute. Stay on mute. When you find the reference, you're gonna share it. I just got my reference, so go look for yours. So you said Bart Ehrman says, which is just a blatant lie, that later manuscripts doesn't mean that the earlier manuscript that's worse than the earlier manuscripts. That's a lie. He literally says because you don't find stuff in the earlier manuscripts and it only appears in the later ones, therefore later edition. Look, Misquoting Jesus by Bart D. Ehrman. Despite its popularity, the account is found only one passage of the New Testament, John 7 to 8:12, and it appears not to have been original even there. Look what he says in the next quote. Same book. The story is not found in our oldest and best manuscripts of the Gospel of John. Its writing style is very different from what we find in the rest of John and includes a large number of words and phrases that otherwise are alien to the Gospel. The conclusion is unavoidable. The passage was not originally part of John. Most scholars think that it was probably a well-known story circling oral tradition, which at some point was added to the margin of a manuscript. From there, some scribe or other thought the marginal note was meant to be part of the text, and so inserted immediately after the account ends in 752. Look what he says here. In fact, so this is page number. Oh, it doesn't include it. It's fine. You can find it in the book. As it turns out, it was not originally in the Gospel of John. In fact, it was not originally part of any of the Gospels. It was added by later scribes. How do we know this? In fact, scholars who work on the manuscript tradition have no doubt about this particular case. Okay, so going back to my claim I said before, and I'm unmuting you. You can bring your quote that says earlier manuscript. So later manuscripts doesn't mean it's worse than the earlier. Go ahead, bring it up.
He never said that it's because they're later. He gave a whole argument as to why. He didn't say just wait. What I'm saying to you is, first of all,
he literally
this is
mentioned the
totally away
manuscripts.
Yeah, he's talking. He gave you a whole argument as to why they're.
Did he say that it doesn't appear in the earliest manuscripts?
That was one of his arguments. That doesn't mean
Okay. Did you find the all right? Did you find the quote that says later doesn't mean worse than earlier?
I found the book. I don't know. I can't find the.
Bart, take your time on the quote. I got all day for you. No problem. No yapping, bro. Get the quote. The same way I got the quote, you go get the quote. Bro, why do you keep yapping? Bro, there's something called unmuting, man. You know what I mean, your mic? Why is this guy just yapping like...
Okay, can I mute? Okay,
yeah,
I unmuted
here.
Myself now.
Yeah,
now
yeah.
Wait.
Do you know how to unmute yourself? Do you know how to unmute? Do you know how to unmute
I didn't
yourself?
know. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. You muted me, so I thought you could just you had the power or whatever.
No, you can unmute yourself, bro. Just
Okay.
whenever you're ready, bring the quote, read it up. Go ahead, take your time.
Hold on a sec. I'm trying to find the book.
I don't want to hear you yap in between, man. Just get the quote. Why you keep yapping?
Dude, this is ridiculous, bro. This is unheard of. Where you're acting like right now.
You're trying to deviate. You're trying to deviate the convo. I'm pressing you right now on this point.
You're trying to say that Mark 7 proves that Jesus allowed eating pork, right?
Yes, that's what most Christians say. Yeah,
about text criticism. Now,
most Christians believe that.
Regardless of what you think about text criticism, Mark 7 is the same in the King James and in other Bibles.
So that's the point. Wait, Toronto. You made the point about the manuscripts. If the manuscripts are the same, you're the person who brought. You're the person. No, brother. You're the one who brought up that point. And I pressed. Wait, no, Toronto. Listen. You brought up that point. Then I said no, you're wrong. Then I said no, you're wrong.
Listen, you're the one who brought it up. But anyway, the point is.
No, you said the KJV's better. You said the KJV is better. Okay, and I told you it's not. Does the KJV have? Does the KJV have John 8? Does the KJV have John 8?
Yes.
Okay, is John 8 authentic?
Yes, of course.
Oh,
yeah, you want to talk about that?
What? No, because that shows me you don't actually believe what you're saying. No serious scholar believes that.
No, there are serious scholars that believe that. What are you talking about?
Okay. What's the justification?
There's plenty of justification. Even the text, the narrative itself, the story itself doesn't make any sense that story wasn't there. No. What's the justification?
Why doesn't it appear in the earliest manuscripts?
Because those manuscripts are from Alexandria. They're not from the proper tradition of the
Antioch. Okay, so those traditions in Alexandria, why didn't they have it?
Because they're like lower quality texts. They're
why?
Proper tradition.
Why?
Because they're lower quality.
Why?
Lower quality text.
Why? Why is it lower quality?
I don't know, because they're like.
Oh, okay. So see what I'm saying?
We don't know why. We don't know why.
Okay, whatever. Okay, let's bring it back to Mark 7. You can't even justify that John 8 is actually authentic and trying to actually establish that the KJV is better. I'll even grant you. Okay, we're gonna use.
Who cares about
we're gonna use the Greek. We're gonna use the Greek here, the specific Greek, because you said the Greek across all of them are the same. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, okay.
Let's look at the interlinear here. Okay, is it saying here purifying all the food? Is it saying that in the Greek?
No, it's not saying that. It's saying that.
It's not saying that. Okay.
It purges them. It purges them.
What's the word used for purge?
Purges them from out of their body. By the way, It doesn't
Where?
say Jesus.
Where?
Hold on a sec. Hold on
Where
a
does
sec.
it say it? No,
wait,
no, no.
wait,
Where does it say
wait,
purge?
wait,
Where does it say
wait, wait.
purge? Where does it say
Okay,
purge?
okay, say purify. Say purify.
Where does it say purge?
Wait, okay, say purify then. Okay, purify.
Okay,
Say
purifying. Okay.
All right. Does it
Catherine is on.
does it
Yeah.
say Jesus? Does it say
Okay.
Jesus?
What
Does
does
it
this
say
mean?
Jesus there?
What does this mean?
It says purify. Whatever. Does it say
No,
Jesus?
okay, it means
purified
purify.
all
Okay,
meat?
so it doesn't mean purge.
Does it say?
So it doesn't mean
does say
purge.
Jesus. Hold
No,
on.
no, you're shifting the
Does it say
goalposts. Don't
Jesus?
shift the goalposts,
Hold on a sec.
brother.
No,
Brother,
you're
I'm
shifting
really
the
good at
goalposts.
detecting shifting of the goalposts. You're shifting it right now. So here, no,
Mark,
no, you're
in
shifting the
your
goalposts.
translation,
Shifting.
your
Stop
false
shifting. Stop shifting.
translation-
Stop shifting.
You're the one.
Stop
You're the one
shifting.
shifting it.
Here,
Your
I literally brought the
translation-
Greek in front of you. Does it say
Dude.
purifying or purging?
Doesn't matter. It says purify. Okay, whatever. I'll take
Okay,
that
purifying. All right,
translation,
beautiful.
whatever.
So the KJV distorts the meaning. Okay, beautiful. Okay.
No, I
So-
didn't say that.
So Catherine. Okay,
Well, here's
does
the
this
thing.
mean purge?
Here's the thing. It doesn't matter. Purge means.
What do you mean it doesn't
purify,
matter? You
whatever.
literally claim the
Purge-
KJV is right. Of course it matters.
Why? Listen, dude. You're just look how you are. Look how you're trying to act. What are you laughing
Yo,
about?
okay, no problem. It's not Jesus who said it. I'll even grant you.
Where does
See,
it say? Where does it say
you
Jesus?
shifted
Does
the
it say
goalposts.
Jesus
You
there?
shifted the goalposts. Okay, I never made the claim
you're
Jesus
the
said
one.
it.
You're the one.
I never
Your
said Jesus said
false
it. I never said
translation-
Jesus said
your
it. I
false
never said that.
translation says
I
that.
said
Yes,
your
you did.
inspired author Mark said it to begin with, bro. You can replay it.
It doesn't
So
say. It doesn't say
purifying,
what-
purifying all the food. Okay,
purifying
Mark
all-
said it.
purifying
Is
all
Mark
food. It
right?
doesn't say- it
Is Mark
doesn't
right?
say cleaning all meats as
Is
in-
Mark right?
Wait.
No,
It doesn't
is
say
Mark
you
right?
declared- No,
I'm
wait,
letting you
of
shift the
course Mark's right.
goalpost. Is
Of
Mark
course
right? Jesus
Mark's
didn't say
right.
it. Mark said
Of
it.
course
Is Mark right?
That's not saying. That's
Okay.
not saying.
So,
you
so
eat
Jesus
pork.
purified all
It's not
foods.
saying you
Yes.
get- It's not saying. you
So
get-
Jesus
it doesn't say
purified all
Jesus.
foods.
It doesn't say Jesus.
Did
It doesn't say
Mark
Jesus.
say that Jesus purified all foods?
No, it does. No, Mark didn't say
Okay,
that.
what's
said
Mark
this.
saying? So what's Mark saying?
Mark's saying that
Yeah.
when you go to the when you eat the food and go to the
You're stuttering
draft,
now like
it
stutter butter
purges-
Rabbi Morty. But go ahead.
Listen, dude, why are you trying to talk like that? You're trying to.
Go ahead then. Finish
you're
up.
Trying to win a debate.
You keep
You're trying to
shifting
win
the
a-
goalposts. I'm letting you do it.
That's
Just
shifting
go
the
ahead.
goalposts. That's shifting
So
the
what's
goalposts.
Mark saying?
Mark's saying that it purifies all meats.
Okay.
It doesn't say. It
So
doesn't mean you can eat.
so you take
pork.
back the I meant purge. You take that back.
Yeah, whatever. Purify.
Oh yeah,
purge,
whatever.
It
Okay,
doesn't
beautiful.
say
All right. What does that
eat
mean?
pork.
What
It
does
doesn't say
purifying
eat
all meats
pork.
mean? What does purifying all foods
It
mean?
means that when you
Yep.
you eat
Yeah,
food,
BS on the spot right now for me. Go ahead.
body-
Perform. Go ahead. Yeah, go on.
What?
BS on the spot for me. Go ahead. Yeah. What does it mean?
It means that when you eat when you eat food,
You're stuttering. You're stuttering.
it
You're
goes
just
into your
making it up.
belly.
You're just making it up. Just say you're making. Dude, can you say with your chest out what it means? Actually, like, do you
Yes.
actually believe
When
it?
it goes
Go
into
ahead.
your-
Say it.
I'm trying to read it to you. It goes into your body, it enters not into your heart, but into the belly, goes out into the draft, it purges all meats. It purifies the meats. It means it's not about eating pork. It's not certainly not about that. It's about how
Why?
when you eat food-
Why? What does it mean then?
read what it says. Read what it says.
Oh my God.
Read what it says right there.
I've already read it, man. It means all foods are clean.
No,
It means you
doesn't.
can eat pork.
No, it doesn't.
Why doesn't it mean
Why
that?
would
Go
it
ahead.
say that?
Why does it mean that? Go ahead.
Because it's talking about when you eat the food, it goes into
Yeah.
your belly. It goes into
Yeah.
your belly, then it goes out into the draft, which is purifying it. It doesn't talk about
What?
anything about eating pork. It doesn't say anything
Dude.
about eating pork there. Where does it say anything about eating pork there? You just adding
Okay.
that in.
Okay.
It's
So
completely adding
when
that
when
in 'cause
Je-
you
when
wanna
Jesus
make
says,
a
I
contradiction
got you. I
in
got
the
you. I
Bible.
got you. Okay. Okay. If I go right now, if I go right now and open up Christian commentaries, are they going to say Jesus made all foods clean there?
I don't know, but some of them might, some of them won't.
Okay.
But what are you
All
gonna
right,
try to
all right, man.
I'll take it
So
on.
so when Mark, no,
I
I
have a
got you. I got
commentary.
you.
I
I got you.
have a
We actually read John Chrysostom's note the other day. He didn't say what you were saying. Do you have any early church father that says what you're saying?
What a joke.
Yeah. What do you mean? What a jerk?
I don't care about
So
church.
does
You
so
want-
no
what's your
so
real-
no
real
early church
commentary?
father has your interpretation. None of them have it. Yeah.
I didn't say that. I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
But I'm sure they did.
Bring me one
Sure
early
though.
commentary that says what you're saying. Go ahead.
Why'd it have to be an early commentary? What are you talking about?
Because if your interpretation is so clear, then someone should have had it before you.
What?
Yeah, it's pretty simple, man. Like, for example, it's clear that God alone is God in the Quran. Allah is the only God in the Quran. I can show you early
Why don't-
commentary
why don't
saying
you
that
just
because
prove
it's
this
clear.
thing? Prove that this thing says.
Yeah.
I mean, look at you just read the interlinear. It doesn't say anything about Jesus purifying all meat.
I never said.
all
Oh my
foods.
God, dude. I never
You're
said
obviously
Jesus
saying
said that. I said Mark
Or
said that.
Mark doesn't say that either. Mark doesn't say anything
He
like
does.
that.
He says he
He's
made all
talking
foods
about
clean.
when you digest the food. No, he doesn't say he made all foods clean. Read the Greek. Read the Greek again. Go back to the
Oh my
interlinear.
god, dude.
Doesn't say anything about he
The
made
way
all
the
foods
way that
clean.
wait, the way the NIV translated it, didn't they say he made all foods clean?
They're wrong.
Okay, so that's an interpretation of the text, is it not?
That's wrong. That's a wrong interpretation.
Okay.
Never
Well, give me
right.
justification why it's wrong.
Because look
Why
at
is it
the
wrong?
Greek. Look at what the Greek. Where does it
Purifying all the
say
food.
anything
Yeah,
like that?
purifying all the food means he made all foods clean. Why not?
Yeah, no, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say
Why
he made
not?
all foods clean. He's
Why
talking-
doesn't it
what
mean
does
that?
What does he say?
Why doesn't
Read
it
what
mean
it
that?
says. Read
Why
what
doesn't it
says.
mean that? Okay, purifying all the food. He purified
look.
all the food by making all foods clean.
Because it
Why
says
not?
the belly, it goes into the belly and into the sewer, goes out,
Yeah, yeah,
purifying all the foods. So he's talking
Okay.
about when you're eating your food, it goes
yeah.
into your belly and it comes out and then it purifies it. It doesn't. It's not talking about anything about eating pork.
So Jesus is saying when you defecate, you're purifying the food. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it becomes like for it to become fertilizer.
So your poo can be used as fertilizer. That's what Jesus is saying.
Of course it can.
Yeah.
He's talking about-
Oh, come on, dog.
He's certainly not saying that you can eat pork. You just made that up. You're just making that up so you can.
You're
have a
making it
contradiction in
up.
the Bible. No, you're making it up. Look what it says. Where does it say anything that you're saying? Where does it say anything that you're saying? Where does it say that? Just tell me. Where does it say that?
So Jesus is saying when you defecate, the food is becoming pure. Yeah.
It becomes purged. It purges.
No, not purge. Doesn't say that. No, we're going back to the Greek. You said let's go back to the Greek. Where does it say purge?
Yeah, the
there?
Greek says it does be purge.
No,
purge
it
is
says
a better
purifying.
translation.
It says purifying.
Yeah, okay, purifying, whatever.
Okay.
It's
So
not- it
when
doesn't
you
mean-
so basically
doesn't
when
mean
you
say- Look,
when
look,
you
look,
take
look,
when you
look.
defecate.
Look,
So
the
no, no,
passage-
no,
look,
no.
listen,
When you
listen.
defecate, you're making.
Listen,
Wait,
don't-
listen.
Don't do that. Don't do
No,
that.
no.
Don't,
When I
listen.
poop,
This is
listen. When I
serious.
poop,
This is serious.
I'm making my food clean. Yeah.
Listen, dude, this is serious.
I'm trying to understand your interpretation. When I sit on the toilet and I poop,
Because
I am
he's
making the
talking
food
about-
clean.
Look. You read
Yeah.
the passage. What is he
I read
talking
it
about?
here.
Fair, oh, read, no, you didn't
because
read it.
because not it enters of him into the heart, but into the belly, and into the sewer goes out, purifying all the foods. Now I'm saying
That's
that
what the
purifying.
Greek says.
Wait. Let me finish. I'm saying purifying all the foods means, as in
You can eat pork.
Jesus
What
made
joke.
all foods clean.
No,
You're
it has
saying
nothing to
wait.
do with that.
I'm
It has
not done. I'm
nothing
not done.
to
I'm not
do
done.
with
I'm not done.
Where
You're
does it say-
saying
where
you're
does it
saying
say
purifying all
Jesus
the. Okay, so listen. When you shit and then it goes down to the sewer, are you making that food clean?
Wow. Look
Are you
how
making that
talk,
food
look how
clean?
you talk. Look how
Are you making
talk,
that food
bro.
clean?
Are you a Muslim?
Are you making that food clean?
Are you a Muslim? You just swore.
Are you making
Talk
that
about
food
the
clean?
Bible?
Are you making that food clean?
Ridiculous.
Are you making that food
Ridiculous.
clean?
What a joke.
Are you making that
You're an
food clean?
embarrassment. You're an
Are you
embarrassment.
making that food clean?
You're making it purified because it
You're-
becomes
you're
part
pro-
of the earth.
So when you poo on the toilet, you're making that food clean.
You're making it not.
No, I want to hear from your mouth. You're making it clean.
Listen.
No,
let me
no.
Don't do that, man.
Are you making it
Look,
purified?
Are you trying to?
Are you making it
talk about the
purified?
Bible? Listen,
Are you
dude,
making
don't
it
interrupt me
purified?
again.
Are you
Listen,
making it
dude.
purified? You're not answering
Yeah,
the
you are.
question.
Yeah, you are. You're wicked.
You're
dude.
not
Yeah, you
answering
are.
the question.
You're trying to talk about the Bible.
Toronto,
and
Toronto,
Jesus.
Toronto.
No,
When
don't do
you
that. Don't tell
defecate,
me. Don't
when
talk
you
to me about that.
defecate, Toronto, when you defecate, are you
You're trying to-
purifying the
you're-
food?
Listen.
Are you
dude.
purifying the food?
See how wicked you are? See how you can't even make your arguments. Make
Toronto,
your argument, dude.
I'm making the argument right
yeah.
now. When you
told you.
defecate, are you
I told
making the
you,
food
yes.
purified?
Making it clean. It's not part of. It's purging it. It's purging it out of your
No,
body.
not purging. It doesn't say that.
Purging it
Okay,
out.
here. Let's
That's
bring up
what
the
it
Greek.
says.
Yeah. let's
That's
bring
what
up
the
Greek.
proper
Here.
Bible says.
Okay. Here. This says, and he declared all foods clean. That's what it's going to say after. Then it says purifying. Only the KJV really says purging. The vast majority don't say that. Okay? So this word, katharizon, yeah? You're saying it means purging all the meats. Yes? The vast majority of translations, they don't say that.
So what?
Now,
They're wrong.
which concordances do you use?
I use the King James Bible, dude. That's what I use.
Oh
That's
my
the
God.
proper Bible.
Do you know the Greek?
Yeah.
Okay, what does that mean? What does that word mean? The Greek word.
It can mean clean or purge. It can mean many things.
Okay.
It means different things.
All right, beautiful.
What he's talking about.
So,
What he's
so
talking about.
okay, no problem. Why
Listen,
should I?
see,
Why
look,
why
look
should
how
I?
ridiculous you are.
Why
Read
should
the-
I
read the
prefer?
text
Oh my
in-
God, dude! Why are you
Listen.
manifesting? Stop manifesting,
Because read the text
Why should I
in
prefer-
context.
dude.
Look,
Listen.
you don't have to. You don't have to.
Why
Read it in
should I
context.
prefer?
You don't have to. Let's read
Are
it
you
in
okay, man? Are you
context.
okay? You want me
You
to,
don't
you want me
have
to
to.
like?
You don't have to. You don't have to prefer. Read it in context.
I'm
We'll
asking you why
understand.
I should prefer.
I'm not saying you should. Let's just read it in context. Let's read the.
Oh my God.
Let's read the text.
Oh.
Read the Bible text in context. Let's read it.
Yeah, and the
So what he's
context
talking
has
about. What he's talking
facilitated
about.
for centuries.
No, no.
Wait,
Wait.
bro,
No.
listen,
You see how you're
listen.
trying to, you don't want to read
Cat,
the text. You
for
wanna take
centuries
things out of
we just
context.
read the context so many times. You're
No, you don't.
saying
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
you're
You never
saying
did.
when we go
Read
to
the
the
part where
toilet
he's
we're
talking about
purifying the
He's
meat.
talking about the Pharisees.
You're saying when we go to the toilet we purify the
wait.
meat.
See what you're doing? Read what he was talking to the Pharisees. He was talking to
Yeah,
the Pharisees.
I know the context, dude.
No,
We read it.
Now you don't. You
We read
You
it.
want to look at it. You want to show it to the. You don't want to show
You
it
can
to
read it
the
right now. Read it.
Let's read it. Let's read it. Let's go.
Go ahead, read it. Read the whole thing.
Okay, can I share my screen?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, can I share it? Can you share my screen?
Yep, right there.
Okay. So when the Pharisees are doing, what they're saying is they're trying to tell him that he has to wash the he has to eat the food that's washed.
Yeah. Okay.
There's nothing that from without a man that entering into him can defile him. The things which come out of him, those are they that defile the man. Right?
Okay.
Do you not perceive that whatsoever thing that entereth into the man, it cannot defile him? Because there entereth not into his heart, but into the belly, and goeth out into the draught, purging all meats. You're saying that it can't defile you, the things you eat, only the things that you speak. And
Agreed. Yep.
He's not talking about eating pork. He's talking about.
Yeah, I know. I disagree. Look, bro,
hands.
I disagree with Mark. That's my whole
Look what he's saying. What do you disagree with Mark?
Mark is the one that gets it wrong. He's just doing eisegesis. Mark's doing eisegesis. But go ahead, keep reading. Go ahead.
Just saying you were just.
Go ahead, keep reading. Go ahead.
You should read Mark.
Go ahead.
But the Pharisees and all the Jews, except they wash their hands oft, eat not, holding the tradition of the elders. So they're trying to say everyone has to wash their hands and eat, but that's not the tradition of Moses. It's the tradition of the elders. So Jesus says, follow the Pharisees and what they say about Moses. He's not saying you have to follow this tradition of wash your hands. And so that's why he's talking to them about here in Mark 7. He's not saying you can eat pork. He's not even suggesting that anything like that. So it's not a contradiction at all.
Yeah, I agree. Mark gets it wrong.
No, Mark's 100% right. What's wrong with Mark? You were just saying
because
to me that I should read Mark. I was saying in Matthew.
Yeah, no, my point is, okay, I got you. My point is that Mark is doing eisegesis to justify his Pauline thought that Jesus would have preached the fact that all foods are clean, thus justifying the fact that
Pauline thought. Mark has Pauline thought. What are you talking
he has.
about?
Yeah, he has. Well, Mark doesn't follow Paul.
He doesn't follow. What do you think? Is this completely ridiculous?
Does Mark follow Paul or not? Does Mark follow Paul or not?
Does Mark? He follows Jesus. Man.
Oh, so they're mutually exclusive. Is that right?
No, they all follow Jesus.
Okay. Okay. So if you follow Jesus, does that mean you don't follow Paul?
No, Mark doesn't. Mark.
Okay. So when I say that he follows Paul, you should say, yeah, he follows Paul and he follows Jesus. It's so simple. They're not mutually exclusive.
No, he doesn't.
Okay. He doesn't follow Paul. He doesn't follow Paul. He doesn't follow Paul. He doesn't follow Paul.
He doesn't.
He doesn't follow Paul.
Yes. He follows
Mark doesn't follow Paul.
Yes. He follows Jesus.
Wow.
That's correct.
Okay. So do you follow Paul? Do you follow Paul?
I follow Jesus. I follow Paul too.
You follow Paul? Okay. So you're not Mark. Okay. So why isn't Mark following Paul?
I don't know. Mark is his own.
Why are you BSing, dude? Like why are you BSing for? Of course Mark follows Paul. When was Mark written?
Where does it say that? Where does it say that?
When was Mark written?
Where does it say Mark follows
When
Paul?
was Mark written?
It's hard to say. We don't know for sure.
All right, give me a range. When?
I don't know. I don't think about that too much.
You know what do you mean? What do you mean? Think about it. Okay, let's say 70 AD. Okay.
Okay. No, I don't think it's before 70 AD. Obviously.
Why is it before 70 AD?
70 AD.
Why?
Because obviously he's not going to talk.
Why?
About, he would have mentioned the destruction of Jerusalem if it had been after.
What do you mean he wouldn't have?
He would have.
He did mention the destruction of the Jew. Bro, did you read Mark?
He doesn't mention it. What
Yes, he does.
Jesus predicts it. When Jesus predicts it.
Yeah, he
That's
talks
different.
about it.
Jesus predicts it. He predicts.
Yes, so Mark has it in his gospel, dummy.
Yeah, if it had actually happened as Jesus predicted it, then he would
Yeah.
have talked about how Jesus predicted his Jesus prediction came true.
Yeah, Jesus
Instead,
predicted it.
He
Yeah.
doesn't talk about it. He doesn't talk about how Jesus' prediction came true because it never happened yet.
Okay. Did Matthew talk about Jesus' prediction coming true?
No.
Okay, is Matthew pre 70 AD?
Yeah.
Did
They
Luke
all
mention did Luke mention destruction of the temple?
Through Jesus' prediction.
No.
He doesn't
We
talk
already
about it any
established
other
that.
way.
We already established that. Listen.
He doesn't talk about it any other
Stop
way.
playing
He
games.
does
Stop
not-
playing
no,
games.
Luke does
Stop
not-
playing
Luke does not
games.
talk
Stop
about
playing games. Stop playing games.
Anyway, look.
Did Luke mention it? Did Luke mention it? Did Luke
You
mention
did
it?
not establish that
Did
there's a
Luke mention the
contradiction
temple
between Matthew
destruction?
23.
Unk.
Hold on
Did
a
Luke
second.
mention the temple destruction?
No, only when Jesus predicts it. That's the only.
Okay, so is it pre 70 AD?
Yes.
Okay. Does John
Now,
does John
hold on
no
a
no
second.
does John talk 1 second. Does John talk about the temple destruction?
He talks about when Jesus predicts it. Yes.
Stop playing games, bro. I don't care about that. Does he talk about the temple destruction?
No, they never mention it. They never.
Okay,
mention it
is
as
John
a
pre
historical
70
event.
AD?
Yes,
What's your evidence for that?
I think so.
Okay.
That's
Well,
one of my evidences.
Give me one scholar that dates give me one scholar that dates all of them for No. Give me one scholar. Give me one scholar. Give me one scholar. Give me even a Christian scholar. Give me a Christian scholar. Give me a Christian scholar that says that. Give me a Christian scholar that says that.
Hold on.
No. Give me a Christian scholar. Give me someone that says John
Hold on a
predates
sec.
70.
You
No.
failed to
Stop there.
establish that there's a contradiction
No.
between
Toronto.
Matthew 23.
I'm waiting for a scholar that
19.
says John comes before
Doesn't matter,
70 AD.
whatever. Who cares about your scholars? I don't care about your scholars. What I'm pointing out to you is that there's no
You're
contradiction
talking
between
nonsense,
Matthew
man.
23.
No one believes John comes. Even Catholics
Who
wouldn't
cares?
say
No,
that.
no, whatever,
Even
whatever.
early Christians wouldn't say that.
Oh, there's lots of Christians that agree with me on this. By the way,
That
first
John
of all,
predates 70 AD.
yes, and also
Give me one. Give me one.
also,
No. Give me one.
Hodges. Now,
Who's
first
Hodges?
of all, that's
Who's Hodges? First name.
Zane Hodges. Okay.
Zane Hodges.
Now,
Okay.
first
What's
of
his
all,
credentials?
let me
What's
say,
his credentials?
He's a Greek professor at Dallas. He died now, but anyway, look. The
Okay.
point is,
Let me get him up. No. I want to bring him up. Okay. So what's tell me
Dude.
how to spell. Tell me how to spell his
Stop.
name. I want to bring him up. How to spell his
Zane
name?
Hodges. ZaneHodges. Who cares about that? Look, the point is.
Okay.
Dean responds.
Where does he say it's pre 70 AD? Where does he say that?
I don't know. I know he says that. I don't know exactly what book he says it in.
Okay,
But
why does he say that?
agree. He has evidences of his own, but he agrees with me that the fact that John never mentions the destruction of the temple is evidence that it never happened. If they had seen it, then they would have mentioned it in their writings.
That's a bad argument from silence, man. Do you know what a good argument from silence is and what a bad argument from silence is?
Yeah, no, a good argument is when they expect the thing. They expect that people would have
okay.
mentioned it. That's what I'm saying.
Why should I? Okay. Why should I expect it? Why should I expect it? Why?
Of course, it's like
Why?
It's like talking about New York in 2001 and not mentioning 9/11. It's like that. That's how crazy that would be.
No, that can happen.
No one would do that. No one would
No,
ever.
no, that can definitely.
And
that can definitely happen.
Is the temple.
And watch. No. And by the way, and by the way, Toronto. That's disanalogous, anyways. No, it's disanalogous, anyways. It's disanalogous.
Whatever. You just
Wait, no. It's disanalogous. No, it's not whatever. No, stop with the whatevers. You don't have to get to decide what's whatever. If you make a claim, no, brother. If you make a claim, I'm gonna hold you down to it. If you make a claim, you can hold. I'm gonna hold you down to it. I'm gonna hold you down to it. I'm gonna hold you down to it. So your claim was, someone living in 2001. No, Toronto. Dude, stop unmuting a mic when I meet you. You made the claim that you would expect evidence. And I'm saying no. If someone's writing 20, 30, 40 years later, you wouldn't expect them to mention the temple destruction in detail. They weren't living at that time. So even your example is disanalogous. This is crazy stuff, man.
It's not disanalogous.
But anyways,
because-
Toronto,
hold on, it's not
Toronto, I'll
disanalogous.
grant you. No, I'll grant you though. I'll grant you with Mark 7. You don't want to speak about the temple destruction stuff. Okay, no problem. I'll grant you with Mark 7. No
Look,
problem. Okay.
Let's just
I'll
show
grant you.
yeah,
I'll
yeah,
grant you your
Mark 7,
interpretation of Mark 7.
yeah,
I'll
so-
grant you it.
so Mark 7 is
I'll
my-
grant you your
so
interpretation of Mark 7. I'll grant you it. I'll
it's no
grant you it. Look,
contradiction, right?
brother,
good.
I'm
Okay,
granting
good.
you. I'm granting you.
Jesus never
So
would
when
say
Jesus
to break
says,
the-
one
break
second.
the
When
Mosaic law.
Jesus says, I'm granting you your first interpretation, even though it goes against the mainstream and it goes against the early church fathers. I'll grant you. Okay. When Jesus
Doesn't go
says,
against early church
when
fathers. You-
how
prove it
do
goes
you know?
against
You
all
just
the
told me
other-
before you don't know.
Oh,
You just told me
said it
before
goes
you don't know the
against what? You say it goes
interpretations.
against all? You say it goes against
Yeah,
all?
yeah,
All
yeah.
of them? Okay,
Yes.
show me that. Show me that.
No,
Prove
I'm
that.
not going to prove a negation. What?
You're
You have to
saying it
pro-
goes against all.
you
You're
have to-
saying it goes against all of
Yeah,
them.
because I have never seen it before. Have you
so-
seen one before?
So the fact that you've never seen it before doesn't prove that it's all against all of them.
Yeah, I'm justified right now in believing none of them believe it because I've never seen it before. I'm justified, dude. You need
No,
you
you're
need to
not.
take like you need to
You're
take
trying to
like
say it
some.
proves it.
You need to take some classes in logic, dude.
Yeah,
So
right,
anyways,
that's not
so
logical.
anyways,
That's not
when
logical.
Jesus
What a joke.
when Jesus says that there's no divorce outside of adultery, did the Pharisees teach that?
What?
When Jesus said there's no divorce outside of adultery, did the Pharisees also teach that?
No divorce outside of adultery. Some of the Pharisees taught it and others did it. There was a dispute among them.
Prove that.
There's two schools of thought on it.
No, prove it.
There's like the Hillel school and the what do you mean prove it? What are you talking about? What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that they did it? So
Prove
prove
it.
that. Prove
No,
you're the one.
you're making
Are
the
you trying to say-
claim.
No, you're the
Dude,
one.
oh my
You're the one who was
don't piss me off. That you have no idea what you're talking about. What do you mean I prove it? You made the claim. The burden's on you, dude. Prove it.
Look here. I have a church father that agrees with me on.
No. I don't care for that. We're talking about this now. We're talking about this now. Prove that the Pharisees that they believe there's no divorce outside of adultery. Prove it to me. In Jesus' time, the Pharisees believed that. Prove it.
Some of them did. It was a dispute among them.
Prove it. Hello?
Hold on, I'm gonna find it. Anyway, I've already shown that Matthew 23 doesn't conflict, so
It
your
does.
Christian dilemma is false.
No, it does. We have hundreds of examples we can give.
I already showed you.
That's just one of them.
Origin
That's-
also agrees with me on Mark.
Yeah,
7,
pull it up.
by the way.
Pull it up. Pull it up right now. Pull it up right now. Share
Hold
your
on.
screen right now.
All right, share my screen. Oh wait. Okay, share the screen.
Yeah. Origin commentary on Matthew. Book what is that? Like 6 or whatever. And there are some other things. Yeah. Yeah. Where is it? Where does he agree with you? Making all
Especially
meats
when it
clean.
comes
Yeah, making all
to-
meats clean. What? How does he agree with you, dude? What?
God is not worshipped by the belly or meats, which will perish.
That's not origin, that's novation.
Oh, novation. Okay, novation. So there you
Okay.
go.
But
novation.
origin agrees with me, yeah?
Yeah. Okay. So look.
Okay. So novation says on the Jewish meats, God is not worshipped by the belly nor by the meats, which the Lord says will perish and are purged by natural law in the drought. Okay. Where there is he saying that purged is linked to it being made clean? Where does he make that link?
No, it's not what he's saying. He's saying that it's not about making people eating pork or whatever you're talking about. Even Origin is not going to suggest that people can eat pork.
Yeah.
No
Okay.
one-
So what
No
does he mean by
church
making
father
all
is
meats
trying to
clean?
say-
What? So what's he?
What?
Okay. Let's see that. Origin commentary on Matthew. We're gonna pull that up, and we're gonna pull up novation. Have you read novation on the Jewish meats? Have you read that before?
No, I haven't.
All right. So how do you know in the context he's saying what you're saying, dude? Come on, man.
Because I don't care. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't
Come
even
on,
matter.
man.
fact
Come
is you're
on,
just
bro.
looking
You're
at
wasting my time. You're wasting my time.
Ridiculous.
You're wasting my time.
Complete,
Okay.
no, your
All right. Let's bring it back.
interpretation
Let's bring it
is
back. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back.
Hold on, hold
So,
on. I just
so,
need you to
so
understand.
everything. So,
Your
look, Toronto. This is what we're trying to establish. Everything that they taught from the Torah, Jesus would have been teaching on earth. Is that correct? The Pharisees, I'm talking about. Yes.
What?
Oh my
Everything
God.
they taught for the Torah? No,
Everything
they
that-
did it. 'Cause they did it. That's
Everything,
what I'm saying to you.
everything they
did it.
taught from the Torah,
They-
everything, bro. You said what, and then now you're waffling. Just shut up for a second. So everything that the Pharisees taught from the Torah, Jesus would have been teaching. Yes.
Because they already taught this thing about
Yeah.
divorce. They taught the wrong thing
Okay.
about divorce.
Prove.
Okay.
Prove that the Pharisees taught there's no divorce outside of adultery. Prove that the Jews around Jesus were teaching that. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna find it here. Okay, can I?
Yeah, I'll share it. Just don't bring up a source you haven't read before.
I haven't read it. I haven't read this. Okay, look. So this is the Mishnah
Yeah.
Gittin 9:10.
Yeah.
With regard to the bill of divorce, was written in Hebrew, it is witnessed signed in Greek, has written.
Unless he
A man may
finds
not
out.
divorce
Yeah.
his wife
Yeah.
unless he finds out
Yeah.
about her having engaged in a matter of forbidden sexual intercourse.
Okay. And keep
Committed
reading.
adultery.
Keep reading. Keep reading.
Is-
And he writes her a
is-
scroll of severance. Yeah. Keep reading.
Okay.
And Beit Hillel say he may
May
divorce
divorce
her even due to a minor issue because she
Yeah, so
burned
that's-
over.
that's why
Hey,
there's a
stop,
debate.
stop,
That's what I'm
stop, stop,
saying to
stop,
you.
stop,
There's a
stop, stop,
debate.
stop. Because she burned over salted his ditch. So the Talmud saying that they
No, it's not the Talmud.
The
This is the
Tal-
Mishnah.
yeah,
And by the way-
the Mishnah is part of the Talmud. Bro. Settle down for a second. Settle down. Stay down for a second. So look at what he's brought, guys. All right, this is evidence. I'm gonna get him back up so he can explain himself. I told him to show me the Jews at Jesus' time was teaching that there's no divorce outside of adultery. Okay, and Jesus teaching that, I want that to be the Pharisees teaching that in his vicinity. And what he brought up was a Talmud, a part of the Talmud within the Mishnah, where the Mishnah says, okay, anything but adultery, anything can't be divorced for except for adultery. And he brought up that they could also potentially be saying, if she oversalts the dish, you can divorce her. Okay, now I'm going to get you back up. Prove to me that they didn't believe that if she oversalts the dish, she's going to be divorced. Prove to me. Prove to me.
Dude.
Prove it. Prove it.
There's
You
a
muted yourself.
debate.
Prove it.
Hold on.
Prove
There's a
it.
debate.
Okay. Prove that it's not if she oversalts her
there.
dish.
It's
Prove
right
it's not
there.
the
Look,
latter.
dude.
Prove
Hello,
that they didn't.
hello.
Prove that they didn't believe the latter.
Hello.
Prove they didn't believe the
Dude.
latter.
Are you not
Prove they
understanding?
didn't believe the
There's a
latter.
debate. There's a
Okay.
debate. Can you
Prove
not
they didn't
see
believe the
it
latter.
there? It
Prove
says
they
it right
didn't believe the
there.
latter.
The
Dude,
debate.
there's a debate. I agree with you. Prove that they didn't believe the latter.
Well, if there's a debate, some of them believed it, some of them didn't.
Okay, some of
That's
them.
the
Okay.
debate.
Okay, so the Pharisees that Jesus said to obey, yes, were those Pharisees teaching that you can't divorce except for adultery, or were they teaching, oh, you can divorce out salting your dish?
Well, that's
Prove
the
to-
thing. Now,
Prove
hold
to
on
me
a
that
sec.
it's the latter.
Hold on a sec. Jesus is saying to them in Matthew 23
Yeah.
to follow what Moses teaches. When
Yes.
the Pharisees teach what Moses teaches, then you follow it.
Yeah.
And Jesus, hold on.
So
hold on a sec.
how do they
Hold
know?
on a
Wait,
sec.
no.
Let
You
me
have to
finish
answer.
what
No,
I'm
you have to
saying.
answer the question. No. It's very important. How do the disciples know whether the Pharisees are teaching from Moses or not? If there's between the Pharisees two interpretations, one that's with Jesus, one that conflicts with him, how would they know
Yeah,
which one to
because
take?
they're supposed to check Moses. They're not supposed to just listen to whatever they
Where does
say.
Moses say that you can't divorce her if she oversalts?
Now Moses just says divorce. He doesn't give the full ruling on it.
Okay, so
But
how do they
Jesus
know which one's
explains,
right? How do they know which one's right?
because they have to just follow their heart or follow their spirit or whatever. Follow the spirit.
Okay. What
have
if
to
what if my
believe.
heart at the time says, okay, I want to divorce my wife because she oversalted the dish? Why not?
So they made a mistake then.
Okay.
They shouldn't
My
have done
basic
that.
my basic point is this. Not everything the Pharisees were teaching were 100% correct from Moses. Some had right beliefs, some had wrong
Yeah, we
beliefs.
know. Of course,
Yeah.
Jesus
Okay.
says that. in Matthew 23.
Okay, beautiful. So we agree on that. Okay. So when Jesus says do everything they teach, he's not
He's
saying
not saying that.
he's not
He's
saying
saying
absolutely
teach-
everything.
They do what they teach. That's actually in Moses. That's what he's
Okay.
saying.
And how so not everything they taught was from Moses, right?
Yes. So
Okay.
they shouldn't listen to the
Oh,
stuff that they teach us.
Okay. So when he says follow everything they teach, that doesn't mean absolutely
not-
everything. Yes?
He's saying everything is in Moses.
Okay,
Everything
where
that's
does it
in
say
Moses.
everything that's in Moses? Where does it say that in Matthew 23?
Because he's scoping it out. So that's what he says.
Where does
they're
it say
sitting in
that?
Moses'
Where does it say that?
That's what it says. It says sit in Moses' seat. They sit in
What does that mean?
Moses' seat.
What does it mean to sit on Moses' seat?
They're supposed to they read and interpret the law of Moses for the people.
Okay, is everything they interpret the law of Moses correct?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
He
so
says
it's not
they're supposed
everything
to
they teach
follow the
then.
Moses.
So it's not everything
Yeah,
they
no,
teach.
that's why it said. That's what it says. It says, what does it say? It says,
Yeah.
do what they say, not what they do.
Yeah, that's the point. But everything they say is correct. Yeah?
No, he doesn't say that. He doesn't.
Oh,
say that.
okay. So when it says everything they teach, it doesn't mean absolutely everything, right?
Yeah, it means everything that's in Moses.
Okay, did they teach everything that was in Moses, or they didn't teach everything that was in Moses?
Look, let's read what it says in Matthew 23.
Well, you just said it, bro. We don't need to read it. You just said it. So
Why?
everything,
Why
so
don't you wanna read
everything,
it? Why
so
don't you wanna read
everything
it
that
again?
they
Let's read
teach.
it again.
So, bro, you just
Can
said it
I
right
get
now.
your
We know what it
restate
says.
verse 23?
Do everything they teach.
What
Do
do
not
you mean you
do
know
not
what it
practice. Do not practice as they do, because they don't practice what they teach. But what they teach is correct, but they don't practice it. Okay, we don't need to reread that. So
Can I
Jesus
share
said.
my
So,
screen, please?
oh my God, bro, you need to answer the question before I bring it up. The question is not everything they teach is from Moses. So how does someone know if they teach from Moses?
They have to follow their own reasoning or follow, because the thing is, there's a debate. So there's some Pharisees are teaching from Moses properly.
How would they know? How would they know?
So that's what they have to figure out. They have to use their judgment, use their understanding.
Okay,
about it, pray for wisdom.
so basically, okay, can we agree on this? When Jesus says do everything they teach, it means generally what they teach is good, but they may have some mishaps in their teachings. Yes?
No, he's not saying that at all. He's calling
You
them blind
you
guides.
just said they have mishaps in their teachings.
Look. Read what it says. Read what it says. He calls them
let's go.
blind guides.
Yeah,
he calls
yeah,
them
let's bring it up. Yeah.
hypocrites.
The
Right?
scribes and the Pharisees and Moses seat. All therefore whatsoever they bid you, you observe. So everything they teach you that
bid
you have to observe. Yeah?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Whatever they bid
Yeah.
you observe from
Yep.
Moses' law, right?
Where does it say that?
From
Where does it say
Moses'
that?
law. That's
Where
what
does it
he's
say
saying.
that?
Bid you observe. Bid you observe.
No.
What do you
Where
think
does it say that?
Bid you observe from? Obviously, that's what it's talking about.
Why?
He's
Why doesn't it
obviously not
include
saying
what?
just do whatever
Okay.
they say.
Okay. Did
They're
they have
blind
correct?
guides. They're
Wait,
hypocrites.
listen, Toronto. Did they have correct oral traditions?
No, they
They
didn't.
didn't? Okay. So the Pharisees.
That's why he was just telling them in
So when the
Mark 15,
wait,
or Matthew
Toronto. Listen. How did they know? How did the Pharisees know that for the divorce law in the Old Testament, it's meant to be only in the case of adultery? How did they know this? How?
That was through their oral tradition.
That was through their old. So some of their old traditions are correct, yeah.
Yes, sometimes.
Okay, so you just said before no, but now you're saying yes. Okay, so
I
Jesus
don't
is saying,
understand- I don't understand
wait. So part of their teachings is the law of Moses, including the oral traditions. So parts of their oral traditions are correct, yes?
Parts of it, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay, so Jesus is saying parts of the teachings are correct, Parts of the teachings are false.
No, he's
So
telling them.
so
He's telling them
listen.
to follow
To,
Moses.
Bible.
Listen, look, listen.
Toronto.
Hold on.
I'm gonna
hold
help.
on.
I'm gonna help you out. You know. I don't
No,
actually believe in the
no,
Christian.
dude,
No.
you're helping me out, you're helping
Toronto.
me out.
I don't believe there's actually a Christian dilemma. I'm telling you this from now.
Hold on.
I'm doing this exercise. No. Listen to me. I'm doing this exercise. Do you know why? Because of how uncharitable Christians are with Islam. So whenever Muslims give interpretations to refute the so-called Islamic dilemma, I'm showing you I can do the exact same, bro. I can do the exact same debate all day about this. And when Jesus says, do everything they teach, I'm not done. When Jesus says do everything they teach, he doesn't mean absolutely everything they teach is correct. You need context. Okay. Do you believe that the Quran? Or do you wait? Let me ask you this. Do you believe because you refuted the Christian dilemma? Congratulations. Generally, what they teach is good. Okay, you don't want to say that, but in meaning you're saying that. Okay, so
no, I'm not
when the
saying that.
when the Quran, I know you don't want to say that. I know because you're stubborn. So when Jesus,
that's
so
correct.
when the
That's what it
Quran
says.
confirms,
It is
when the
observed.
Quran confirms, listen, when the Quran confirms the Bible, is it confirming everything in there?
Oh, what are you talking about? Surah 547? Is that what you're talking about?
Could be any of them.
You're talking about the. Oh, you're
Could be
trying
any
to
of
suggest that because it's a Christian dilemma or something. You're trying to say we're being uncharitable. Is that what you're saying? Well, look at Surah 547. Let's look at it.
Yeah. وَلْيَحْكُمْ أَهْلُ الْإِنْجِيلِ بِمَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ فِيهِ. You know what that means?
No.
Because we actually memorize our scriptures. It's 547. Okay, so what's your point? Go ahead.
I'm saying Matthew 5 or Surah 547 says that what does it say? It says something like
it says, and so let the people of the gospel judge by what Allah has revealed in it. Yeah, I just recited in Arabic and I told you in English.
right.
Okay, so what's your point?
Let the people of the gospel judge by what Allah has revealed in it, right?
Yeah, it's from what Jesus taught. Yeah, from what Jesus actually taught. That's what it's saying.
Well, it says the gospel.
Yeah, so it's the same thing when you said it's from what Moses taught in Matthew 23. I'm saying it's from what Jesus taught. Yeah,
it doesn't say that.
Neither does Matthew 23. Neither does Matthew 23.
Matthew 23 does. Let's go back to it.
You just proved my point, dog. You just proved my point.
Go back to it. It does. It absolutely does. It says
you just proved my point.
Seats,
okay, and God says by what God has revealed in it. Yeah, so it must be what God has revealed. So it's only the true parts. Yeah.
Okay, so how are they supposed to know what's the true parts? So what is it?
How are the Pharisees how are the disciples meant to know what the Pharisees had that was true?
It's totally different. Because in that case, that's not a commandment to Christians. It's totally different. What are you talking about?
No, it's not about the Christian. Wait, no. I'll refute you right now. Was everyone in the crowd when Jesus was preaching? Was everyone in the crowd believers?
I don't know. Probably not.
Probably not. Okay, so you just refuted yourself. Because in Matthew 23, he speaks to the disciples and the crowds. You just refuted yourself, dog.
Well, how did I refute myself?
Because you said he was only speaking to Christians. He wasn't. He was speaking to the crowds. I
didn't say that. I did say that. I said
yes, you did.
Speaking to Christians. Wait. I said he's not speaking to Christians.
Who's not speaking to Christians? Who's not speaking to Christians?
In Matthew 23, he's not necessarily.
He's speaking to the disciples. Are the disciples Christian?
No, not only the disciples there. There's crowds there as well.
Yeah, so isn't he telling the disciples who are Christian to obey the Pharisees?
No, he's talking to Jews in the first century.
Yes, the Jews that followed Christ. Christian means follower of Christ, bro.
He's not talking to them. He's talking to the Jews.
Yeah.
Before the cross.
Yeah.
Because they're still under the law of Moses.
Okay, and here the Quran is saying to obey the gospel, the true parts,
can we read it?
And the true part. Yeah, you can pull it up. Pull it up.
No,
I just translate. We didn't need to pull up, bro. I just translated it for you. So let the people of the gospel judge by what God has revealed in it. What's your point?
Yeah, so what God's revealed in it is
it's the true parts.
How are they supposed to know what's true or what is it?
The same way you said before. They got to follow their heart. They got to be guided by the Holy Spirit.
No, it's different. It's different because as I said to you, that's not a commandment for Christians. That's a commandment for Jews in the first century.
What's a Christian to you? What's a Christian to you?
Hold on. He's not.
You have to define your terms.
No, listen. No, he's not commanding. Look in the story. He's talking to people before the cross.
So it doesn't change anything. That literally has zero to do.
We're living under the law of Moses.
Here. No problem. I got you. Okay. Let's agree on this. if the Prophet Muhammad is in your scriptures, then you should only judge by the true parts, correct? That the Quran says is true. Yes?
No, because that's
No,
circular.
no,
That-
no,
that
no,
would
no,
be
no,
like
no, no, no,
completely
no. I'm
ridiculous.
making a condition. I'm making a condition. If he's in your scriptures, I'm not saying I'm assuming it. If he's in your scriptures, then you should only judge by the true parts and become Muslim. Yes?
No, because no,
Why
well,
not?
no, if the true, no, whatever's true in it, according to the Quran, he's saying that we should judge by whatever Allah has revealed in the gospel.
Yeah,
right?
it's only what the Quran affirms. Yeah.
No, because then if you're just using the Quran, he doesn't say check in the Quran. He says check in the
Yeah,
gospel.
he says check in the gospel, which includes the description of the prophet. Yeah.
What?
The gospel, you
what?
don't know the gospel has the description of the prophet? You didn't know the Quran says that?
No, it doesn't matter what the Quran says. It says.
Oh,
what
yes,
the
it does
gospel-
matter because you're trying to interpret the
How are we
Quran. Of
supposed
course,
to
it matters what
know?
it says.
No, listen,
Okay.
no.
So
listen.
Abu whatever and Abu it doesn't matter. Don't worry. Here, I got this for you.
No.
Yeah, I
What
got
you're
this, I got
saying
this.
is, look
Yeah.
what it says. Look, wait, let's
We're
just read
gonna
it.
make it
See
so
what
simple
says.
For people that they find it hard to track. I do this for them. Okay. So let's bring up the Paint app here. Okay, beautiful. Here. So let's start with this. Okay. So let's
What are
start
you
with
talking
one.
about, dude? This
Let's
is
start.
retarded.
Let's start with
Let's
one.
Go back to.
You're
let's go back to
You're
the surah.
retarded. You're retarded. That's why I have to pull it up here. So one,
Let's go back to the
when it says in the Quran to judge by the gospel, I'm saying, okay, you're saying it's circular, but I'm saying if the prophet is in the gospel, right?
So how are we supposed to know?
Then wait. Then Christians should judge by what he confirms only. Okay, do we agree on that?
No, what I'm saying to you is they should.
No.
be able
Answer
to
the
do
question.
it
No.
in
Answer.
the
Answer.
gospel.
I literally brought this
I
up
don't
to
know what
you
that is.
because if the prophet
Why
is
would I
in the
believe that? Why would I
gospel,
believe this? I don't
then
believe
Christian.
this.
No, I'm saying if, dog. Like, are you okay?
No, I'm saying even if it were
If.
true, I wouldn't believe it.
Okay, so even if
What I'm
Jesus
saying
spoke,
to you is
no. Listen.
look, what
You
the
no. You're utterly dishonest. If Jesus spoke about Prophet Muhammad as a prophet of God, you would still not believe that Prophet Muhammad is a prophet from God. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, if Jesus.
Yeah,
said
that's
that,
what it says. If the prophet is in the gospel.
if Jesus said that, I would believe it. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
But he doesn't.
Okay.
So let's go back to Quran.
No. Therefore, this is what we're establishing step by step. So you agreed on this already. Don't backtrack. If the prophet is in the gospel, then Christians should judge by what he confirms only. Therefore, it isn't circular to say that judge by the gospel means only the true parts. Okay? So this is conditioned on the fact that Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is in the gospel. We agree on this, yeah? But you don't have to believe on it. I'm just saying this is the argument. So it's conditioned on this fact. You don't have to agree with this fact. I'm saying if this fact is true, then it's not circular. We agree?
Okay.
All right, there we go. So let's talk about whether he's in your book. So let's pull up Matthew 22.
No, wait. Let's just go back. Let's just understand something first of all, because if
What
it's
do we know,
true, what you're saying, right? Then we should believe. Why should we how are we supposed to know?
Yeah.
What is from your gospel? What is from your Quran, or what's legit, or whatever? What is it?
I got you. Okay. I'll bring up the pain up for you. Okay. So I think this is helping you understand. Here, let's erase this. And by the way, you just shifted the goalpost again. I'm letting you do it because I'm charitable.
I'm not shifting the goalpost. That
Yeah,
was my whole point the whole
you're
time.
shifting the goalpost.
That was
That's
my whole
fine.
point. That's why
No,
that's
no,
why
I just
said,
showed you.
what you're
I just
saying is
showed
correct.
you that you're justified by accepting the prophet. Now you're shifting it to
No, because
oh,
how would I
okay,
know? How would I know that's
okay.
the prophet? Why would I
But
believe
how?
that?
But what if there's stuff that contradicts in there? Okay, no, I got you. Okay, let's go. So one, Prophet Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam, is or being in your books prophesied by Jesus would be a miraculous description. You agree on that?
If he predicted the prophets,
Yeah. If you predict the Prophet Muhammad, then it will be a miraculous description. Yeah.
yeah, if that happened, which doesn't happen.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're doing conditions. Okay. But the point is,
how
if
would
you,
they
if,
know?
you,
Why
if, you,
didn't they figure that out?
I'm getting to it, bro. I'm getting to. We can get to the prophet's description. I was gonna get there, but you brought me back to this. We got it.
No,
So Prophet
like
Muhammad,
no.
so Prophet Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam, being in your books prophesied by Jesus
That doesn't
would be a
wait,
would be a miraculous description. Okay.
Hold
So
on a
number
sec, hold
two.
on a sec.
So
First of
number
all,
two.
hold on a sec.
If there
Hold
is
on a sec.
something, if there is something, if there
Wow,
is
dude, you
something
won't even let me talk. This is why you're
that
just
because you're deviating. I'm letting you deviate right now.
No, you're
I'm
not
I'm
serious.
literally letting you deviate right now from Matthew 22. So if there is something that contradicts with Islam, like let's say Aaron making the golden calf.
That's not
Then
in the gospel.
this isn't. Yeah, I know, but we're saying scripture generally. We're talking about scripture.
No, it doesn't.
If there's okay, no, he says in the Torah as well, bro.
That's different. He's talking about the laws there.
No, it's not. In the oh my god, bro. You think the Quran when it says Torah, it's only talking about the laws?
In 546, yeah, that's what he's talking about. The laws.
No, I'm not talking about that, dude.
Doesn't matter.
No, I'm not talking about that. No. Abu doesn't matter. Every time you say it doesn't matter, you're going down for a minute. That's gonna be the new rule. Every time you say it doesn't matter, or you say whatever, we're gonna drop you down. How about that? Okay. If there's something that contradicts with Islam, here I even grant you. Let's say it's let's say marriage in heaven. Not existing, let's say. This isn't something that is miraculous knowledge. All right. Do we agree on that? You're muted.
I'm trying to figure out how are they supposed to know any of this stuff without checking the Quran?
Oh my god, that's the whole point, man. You see.
Why would they have to check the
Bro,
Quran?
oh my god. I'm
doesn't
not
say check
telling
the
you to check the Quran. We're not saying to check the Quran. The whole point of this is
how would they
you don't
know? How
have
do
to
you
check the
know?
Quran. Listen. So Prophet Muhammad alayhi salatu, being in your books prophesied by Jesus would be a miraculous description. You already agree with that. Okay, beautiful. Next one. If there is something that contradicts with Islam, i.e., let's say, i.e., marriage in heaven not existing, right? This isn't something that is miraculous knowledge. You agree on that?
What are you talking about? Miraculous knowledge.
Okay, I'll define it for you. The prophets being described in the past, that is a miraculous description. It can only come from God. Only God knows the future in this detailed way. Therefore, you're epistemically justified. Therefore, you're epistemically justified in saying that yes, the Prophet ﷺ is in your scripture. We got past that hurdle. Second hurdle. If there is something that contradicts with Islam, i.e., marriage in heaven, not existing, this isn't something that's miraculous knowledge.
Is so mentally messed up, dude. This is
how is it messed up?
At all.
Tell me how. Tell me how. Tell me how.
First of all, how would they know that?
And I'm not done yet. Oh, anyways, I'm not done yet. I'm gonna finish the argument, then you can tell me how. Because I didn't even finish it, by the way. Okay. So now we're gonna say that Therefore, we are justified in prioritizing the prophecies and negate the non-prophetic material as they aren't verifiable via miraculous feats. Okay. All right. What's the issue with this argument?
Okay, well, first of all, number 2, that is a prophecy by Jesus.
How can you verify it?
Because Jesus said it.
Circular. You're accusing me of being circular? you just became circular now.
Jesus is a false prophet? Are you trying to say Jesus is a false prophet?
How do you know Jesus said it? How do you know Jesus said it? How do you know Jesus said it?
Because it's in the scriptures.
Okay, how do you know the scriptures are reliable? How do you know the scriptures are reliable?
How do I know the scriptures are reliable?
Yeah.
Because they're from Jesus, they're from God.
Okay, yeah, circular again. Okay. No problem, bro.
Circular.
So I'm not being circular. Why? Because I'm saying one. Because I'm saying one. Prophet Muhammad. You failed. Prophet Muhammad being in your book prophesied by Jesus would be a miraculous description. You agreed with me. It will be a miraculous description. How do I know that Jesus said? How do I know that Jesus said that Prophet Muhammad is prophesied and not somebody else? How would I know that? How I know that is because you're rudely interrupting. Please, can you stop? How do I know one is true? How do I know one is from Jesus? How? Because it's prophetic material. It's miraculous. Okay? How do I know two? I could be agnostic on it. I could be agnostic on whether Jesus actually said two or not. Because it's not necessarily prophetic material. I don't know. It's not miraculous in any way. It's not externally verifiable. But what is externally verifiable for a Christian is one. Why? Because it's a miraculous description. Two isn't independently verifiable for him. The most it'll be is you say, oh, it's early. It's an early document of Jesus. Okay, how do you know the early document is true? How do you know that it actually said what Jesus said? You can't for certain know. I can't know to a high probability unless it's a prophecy. Therefore, we are justified in prioritizing the prophecies and negate the non-prophetic material as they aren't verifiable by miraculous feats and can be cancelled out by the prophecies prophesying Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay? Address the argument. Address the argument, bro.
First of all, a Christian can just believe the Bible. A Christian doesn't have to
rely
on all this stuff. But the point is, what you're saying is that Muhammad is saying that you should check the Bible, but only the certain things, right?
Yeah, only the true parts, yeah.
So how are they supposed to know? He doesn't say it there.
It's right in front of your face, dog. Bro, Toronto, how old are you? Toronto, how old are you? How old are you?
Don't ask me about that. That's nothing to do with it.
Yeah, you're at least 50, right? You're at least 50.
Listen, dude, whatever.
So look, you're at least 50. You're at least 50. Hold on, dude, but you're getting walked by now by someone half your age. I don't know how you can't understand this, bro. I'm like the age of your maybe one of your grandsons. How are you not getting this? It's so simple. You are justified that the Prophet ﷺ, you should only follow the true parts, only what the Prophet ﷺ says, is because he's prophesied in your books. Now, if you're saying, oh, Jesus said stuff that contradicts with the Prophet, then there's an internal contradiction. How do we solve this? We prioritize the prophetic material other than the non-prophetic material. Address that argument. If you don't address it, I'm getting the next person on.
Yeah, the Quran doesn't say this. This is your made-up test.
It does.
Say this in the Quran.
It does.
It doesn't say it.
Read 548. Read 548.
Okay, read it. We revealed to you the book with truth, from the scripture that preceded it and superseding it.
Yeah.
between
Keep
them and
keep
the
reading.
Torah.
Keep reading. Don't stop there. Don't stop
Not
there.
all desires that they differ from the truth that has come to you.
No, no, no. You're mumbling. You're
Give you-
mumbling.
give a
Just,
sign.
yeah, you're mumbling. Just shut up for a second. All right. Let me read it. We have revealed to you, O Prophet, this book with the truth as a confirmation of previous scriptures and a supreme authority on them. Okay. Is the Quran saying that it's a supreme authority over the scriptures?
Yeah, he's saying it helps you to understand. Not that it can correct.
Yeah. What is it? Does it say it's supreme authority?
What do you think that means?
What?
It means help you to correct it.
Why are you started about it now? What's going on?
What are you trying to say? It says it's like a
Yep.
supreme guide
So
to understanding it.
No, it's a supreme.
Guys, what it-
It's a
not-
supreme authority over it.
So what are you trying to say? It get corrected? It's not saying
Yes, it corrects it. Yeah.
No, it's not. When does it say that? When does it
Okay.
say that?
Okay. Have you read the whole Quran before?
No,
You haven't.
no.
So how can you make any claims about what the Quran says?
Well, why would you say like who agrees with you that it's saying that they should be able to correct the Bible?
Look at what the Quran says, dude. It's a supreme authority on them. So judge between them by what Allah has revealed. Who's the judge between them? Who is the judge between them?
Judge between the people what they decide about what it says, not about what it actually says.
Okay,
It
where
does
do you
say
get that?
judge
Where do you
between-
get that? Where do you get that?
It says right there.
No. It doesn't make that very weird distinction you just made right now. It's a
Judge between
general.
From the
It's a general. You are to judge between them generally. It doesn't say only in like you said. No, it doesn't make that distinction there.
No, it's judge between the people
Yeah.
what they decide about what it says, right? So you believe what it properly says, not what it doesn't properly say. And he's saying to you that the judge, that the supreme authority to understand what it actually says is the Quran, not what people say.
That's so ad hoc. Look, you haven't even read the whole Quran. I'll give you the. Do you know the conscious edits argument? Do you know the conscious edits argument?
No.
Okay. So does the Quran have a theme of taking away major sins from prophets?
I don't know. Does it?
Okay, so if the Quran has a theme of taking away major sins from prophets and editing the Bible, does that mean it's confirming everything?
No. What he's saying there is that you should judge by what Allah has revealed in the.
No. I'm not talking about that, dude. No. Okay, man, stop.
That's the ultimate thing.
Stop.
That we're talking
Stop.
about, right?
Stop.
You're
Stop.
changing the
Stop.
subject.
Stop.
You're changing the subject.
Take a breather. Take a breather. I'm showing you other. I'm showing you other verses to show you that your interpretation is ad hoc. Your interpretation is ad hoc. I'm showing you why. I'm showing you why. So if the Quran changes material having to do with stuff with prophets committing major sins, then it's unlikely that he's confirming all of the scripture because he's editing freely as he chooses, such as prophets committing major sins. So who actually made the golden calf in the Quran? Do you know?
No.
Okay, it wasn't Aaron that made the golden calf. It was a Samari. A guy named Samari made it. However, in the Bible it says Aaron made it. The Quran knows the story of Exodus in and out. Documents Exodus 8, Exodus 9, 10, 20, 30, 31, 32. And then when it comes to Aaron making the golden calf, then it's edited. Why is that the case? Look, it says here, Samari made the golden calf. Not Aaron, a Samari. Okay, that's just one example. How do we know it's not just him getting it?
Gospel.
I'm not talking about the gospel right now. I'm talking about the Torah. I'm giving you a principle. I'm giving you a principle.
547.
No. We're talking about the Torah, then we're talking about the gospel. We're talking about the Torah, then we're talking about the gospel. Okay. So do you agree? So do you agree the Quran is not confirming everything in the Torah? Do you agree on that?
What? I don't know. Like I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the
gospel.
gospel.
No. Is the Quran confirming everything in the Torah? Then we'll get to the gospel. I'm laying out a principle.
Even if it isn't, no, I've already granted that.
Okay, it isn't. I got you, Unc.
Whatever. Or maybe.
Okay, I got you. You conceded that. I got you. Okay, we're gonna prove that he's not confirming everything in the gospel. Okay, here we go. 40. Have you read 48, 28, 29 before? 48, 29.
No.
Okay, this is why you need to come to me to learn about the Quran. You don't tell me what the Quran says. And their parable in the gospel is that of a seed that sprouts its tiny branches, making it strong. Then it becomes thick, standing firmly on a stem to the delight of the planters. Is that from the gospel? A seed that grows like the kingdom of God. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, so that's in the gospel. Okay, we're on the same page. Okay, no problem. So when the Quran, for example, speaks about, let's see, I'm going to give you 3 examples. Surely those, so 740, surely those who receive our revelations with an eye on arrogance, the gates of heaven will not be opened for them, nor will they enter paradise until a camel passes through the eye of the needle. Isn't that from the gospel?
Yeah.
Okay. And isn't this from the gospel?
Wait, what does it say again? The Matthew, the camel, the eye, the needle thing? Can you read that again?
Yeah. Surely those who receive our revelations with an eye on arrogance, the gates of heaven will not be opened for them, nor will they enter paradise until a camel passes through the eye of a needle.
Oh, that's not what it says in the Bible. No, that's wrong.
Okay, why doesn't it say that?
It says that it's harder for a rich man to enter into heaven than to pass through heaven.
Okay, have you read all of chapter 7?
Chapter 7
of the Quran. Have you read all of chapter 7?
No.
Okay, so if it says that it's because of your wealth that you enter in hellfire, doesn't that match the context?
No, because it's not what, that's not what Jesus said.
Oh my days. Jesus says your wealth leads you to hellfire. The rich man, he tells him, he does.
He doesn't. He says it's harder for a rich man to enter into that.
Why is it hard for a rich man? Why? Because of his wealth, right?
It doesn't say that.
Okay, so why is it? Why?
Because rich people will follow their riches instead of their God.
Okay, so it's their riches. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so we're in agreement then. I don't know why you disagree. I don't know why you disagree for.
It's different. It's not what it says. Anyway, whatever.
It says your large numbers and arrogance are of no use today. Okay. So the reason why here. I got you. We're doing a Quran study. Before I make my claim, we're doing a Quran study. You need to know all this context. You need to know all this context. You need to know all this context before we continue. You need to settle down. We're gonna go through the Quran's knowledge of the gospel. Then I'm gonna slap you with the conscious edit. Okay. So the Quran says I'm making the argument. I'm taking you down with me. The same way I'll let you.
Can we just talk about how? What are you talking about? Can we just talk about how 547?
That's the whole reason why I'm doing this.
No, because
just track and be patient. Haven't you learned patience? Haven't you learned patience, dude? You're an infuriating old man. Have you learned patience in your 50 years being alive? Be patient. You can't take like a little argument that goes, here's 1 verse, 2 verse, 3 verses, then I make my argument. You can't do that. All right, settle down. Those on the heights will call out some tyrants in the fire, who will they recognize by their appearance, saying, your large numbers and arrogance are of no use today. So the reason why these people are in hellfire, that Allah mentioned in 8 verses prior, is because of their jam'ukum. Jam'ukum, according to the earliest exegetes, is referring to your gathering. Your gathering is referring to your wealth. So subhanAllah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in the Quran, we can clearly see, knows the context of the gospel where it says it's harder for a rich man to go to heaven than for a camel to pass through the eye of the needle. He knows the context. Now, we went through 1 verse. We went through 2 verses, right? 48:29, 7:40, and 7:48. So what was the reason why in the story in Luke, where it talks about the rich man and Lazarus, why was the rich man in hellfire?
Because he didn't believe.
Right, but wasn't part of it was that he's a rich man who is like egotistical, and Jesus has this theme of talking about people that are rich, they're going to find it hard to get to heaven. Doesn't Jesus have that theme?
Nothing to do with that. No, nothing to do with that. You can see at the bottom of it, Luke 16:31 talks about how his brothers will not be persuaded. They will not be persuaded, because persuaded is believe. So they will not believe. Even if
so was that wait one second. Doesn't Jesus describe that man that was in hellfire? Doesn't he describe him as rich?
Yeah, it's not why he was there.
No, it's not why he's there. I agree. But Jesus he already laid out to be rich will make it hard for you to get to heaven. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. The Quran understands that context. To be rich, you find it hard to enter heaven. Because they already laid out the camel, the eye needle, saying that you're gathering of no use to you today. And guess what? These humble servants and these humble believers, the one who swore would never be shown mercy, finally those on the heights will be told, enter paradise, there'll be no fear for you, don't worry, you grieve. The residents of the fire will then cry out to the residents of paradise, aid us with some water or any provision Allah has granted you. They will reply, Allah has forbidden both to disbelievers. Okay? So, what we have here is, if you just go back here, so we read 50. 50 is people in the hellfire, people in heaven, and they're gonna not be able to get water. In 46 it says there will be a barrier. There will be a barrier between paradise and hell, and on the heights of that barrier will be people who will recognize the residents of both by their appearance. They will call out to the residents of paradise, "Peace be upon you." They will not yet enter paradise, but eagerly hope to. So doesn't Luke talk about this barrier?
It talks about like there's a gap, there's a gulf between them.
Yeah, between Lazarus and the rich man, and Lazarus is with Abraham. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't say barrier.
Is barrier, gap, whatever. Do whatever you want, bro. I got you.
What do you
Okay.
mean? Whatever.
So we got
What are you talking
seven. So we
about?
have
Thing.
the author
How is
of the
barrier
Quran.
the same thing as the,
Yeah,
as
it is the
gulf?
same thing. There's a gap. There's a barrier. There's a gate. There's a
gulf.
this. There's a that. There's
No,
a
it's
blah. There's a
not.
not.
No, it's not the
No.
same
No.
thing.
Okay.
What
So
are you
yeah.
talking about?
Anyways,
Why are you
so
even
so when
talking
we're
like
so
that
when we're
in the
talking
Bible?
about the rich man, camel in the eye of the needle, we got a barrier between Lazarus and with the rich man, and he calls out for water. The Quran mentions that as well, right? The Quran's intertwining.
what does
The
this have
Quran's
to do with
intertwining. The Quran's intertwining these themes together, having good knowledge of the gospel. I'm going to give you one last example. Then we're going to go to the gist of the argument. Okay, so we have in chapter.
Well, another example. Look, let me just.
This is the
let's
third.
just
This is the
okay,
third
that
one.
there's
This
kind
is the
of
third, brother.
intertwining of these
Brother, have
texts or
some
whatever.
patience, man. Have some patience. I'm teaching you right now.
No, you're not.
You
This is
don't.
ridiculous.
I'm not
This is
teaching you right now.
confusion nonsense. This is confusion.
Yeah,
Listen,
that's right.
dude.
You look confused. You look like a miserable old man. Look.
Let's just
So
go back.
57.
See
So
where you're
57,
gonna insult
12.
people rather than just
Well,
make an
on
argument.
that day, dude. If you're gonna call my arguments retarded, you expect to get
I
slapped
never
back.
said retarded.
Yes, you did. What? It's recorded. Anyways, on
I
that
never
day,
said
you
your
will see
arguments are retarded.
believing
I
men
said the
like
word
bro,
retarded.
like you got family members, Toronto.
Look, just what are you talking about, dude?
Do you have like a
Just put it-
caretaker or
put it-
someone? Because
make
you
your
don't
argument,
remember the
make your
fact.
argument.
You don't remember the fact that you just said that my argument was retarded like 30
I
minutes
never
ago.
said your argument is retarded. I never said
Yes,
that.
you did.
Not the
What did
argument.
you
I
say?
said, this is retarded. I said this is
Okay,
retarded.
this is retarded is referring to what?
This whole spiel you're doing, I don't know.
Oh,
what
okay,
you're
so
doing
this
here.
whole spiel is my argument, no?
It's not an argument. It's like it's just confusion.
Oh, what is it? Oh, okay, confusion.
No,
So
it's just confusion of a bunch
you're
of
you're
things.
you're good at ta'wil. You're really good. You
Can
try
you
to
just
play the
explain?
you tried to play the victim
Explain?
game. You tried to play the victim game. You tried it. All right, anyways, let's keep going. On that day, hypocrite men and women will beg the believers, wait for us so that we may have some of your light. It will be said mockingly, go back to the world and seek a light there. That a separating wall with a gate will be erected between them. Isn't that what's said about Matthew 25, how Jesus describes the day of judgment? About the parable of the virgins.
No, it's not the same thing at all. Hypocrite men and women. The
Oh my
virgins are
God, dude!
just-
Oh my God! I'm talking about the meaning of the event. Isn't there a barrier?
Look, dude, I don't know. This is just ridiculous. Like you're trying
Oh
to
my
say
God.
this is what Matthew
Isn't there a
25 is about?
barrier mentioned in Matthew 25
it's
where there's
not
gonna
talking about
where
that
there's
at
gonna be
all.
light? Where there's gonna be light?
It's not about that. It's not about this. It's not the same thing at all. Okay, I don't know what you're trying to say.
Is there
Anyway,
okay?
What's
in
your
Matthew 20
point? What's your point, man?
All right,
What's
in
your
Matthew
point? What are you trying
in
to
Matthew 25, you're gonna have to answer. In Matthew 25, is there a barrier
parable.
with
Parable,
lights?
dude. It's
Yes, a parable. Yeah.
This
So is there a
an
barrier with
actual
light?
prophecy, right?
Okay. So
This is
is
an
there a
actual
ba- so
prophecy.
what's he describing? What's he describing?
I don't know. Matthew 25 is a parable.
What's Matthew
It's different.
25
It's like, it's
describing?
not-
What's the parable describing?
I think it's talking about. I mean, there's different. There's a lot of disputes. on it.
Okay, it's talking about the day of judgment. Okay. What's chapter 57 talking about?
Maybe.
Okay, what's chapter 57 talking about here?
Oh, the day of judgment.
Day of judgment. Okay, so they're all linked. Okay. Now let's get to my point. I got you. Okay. Does the author of the Quran know basic details in the gospel, such as the seed parable, such as Matthew 25, such as Jesus saying a rich man to go to heaven is as hard as for a camel to pass through the eye of the needle, as well as the idea that there's the story of the rich man and Lazarus? Does the author of the Quran know these stories?
No, I don't agree, but okay, whatever. Is that
Okay,
your
wait,
point?
wait,
That's your argument?
okay, so
Alright,
you agree?
so-
You okay?
I
You're
don't agree.
agreeing.
I'll just.
Okay, you don't agree. Okay, you don't agree. Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me
Because
why.
that's ridiculous. That's
No,
not
no,
what
no,
he
no.
said
Tell me why.
about
Tell me why. Tell me why.
Matthew
Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me
25
why.
is not about that.
Tell me why. Tell me why.
Because Matthew 25.
Why?
What you just read from Matthew
Why?
57 from. Well, you just read from 57
Yeah.
in about the day of judgment, right? Is about
Yeah.
people going to hell. Whereas
Okay.
Matthew 25, the virgins, they're not going to hell.
How do you know that?
That's not what it's about. It's just about
How do you
they're
know
gonna
that?
be-
What, bro? You don't know your own gospel?
I
You're about to
know
get
it.
cooked.
I know it.
Yeah, yeah. You're about to get cooked right now. Don't panic. I know he's gonna panic, so I just drop them down. Okay.
Dude, look, I just
All right.
look.
All
This
right.
is
All right. All right. Look. All right. Look. No.
That's
No. No.
what
Listen.
insanity.
Listen. Later. Okay. We have at the end here. Later, the others also came. Lord, Lord, they said, open the door for us. But he replied, truly, I tell you, I don't know you. Okay. So when Jesus arrives, yes, this is talking about his arrival, correct?
This is a parable.
Is
Okay,
this
a
is this
parable?
is the parable representing his arrival?
It seems to, yes.
Okay. So in his arrival, is he going to condemn people to hell?
He's not condemning those virgins to hell.
No.
they're virgins.
It's a parable, dog. I know it's a parable. I'm talking about the
So
meaning.
he's not condemning them to hell.
So when
He's not
so when
condemning them
so when
to
Jesus
hell.
comes, when Jesus comes, those people that deny him, what are they going to be condemned to the hellfire?
First of all, the virgins
Are they going to be
are not
condemned to the
same thing
hellfire?
as
Just
the
yes or
goats.
no?
Hold on. The goats are not the same as the virgins. Okay, the virgins are not the same as
All
the
right.
goats.
What? Okay. What is this talking about? Is this the same? Is this at the day of judgment?
The virgins are believers.
Is this
who are
in?
not ready?
Oh my
The-
God.
yes,
Is
the
this
goats-
on the
the
day of
goats-
judgment? Yes.
The sheep and the goats to the day of judgment. Yes, one day of
Okay,
judgment, not
okay,
the final
okay.
judgment.
Okay. So when Jesus comes and people are condemned to the hellfire, is this the same time period that's spoken about in Matthew 25 before?
Same time period. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So all right. So you just disproved your point. All right. Thanks for
No, I
that.
didn't. It's the same
So
time.
so
period. That
the
doesn't
the
mean
author
they're
of the
same
Quran
thing.
so the author of the Quran knows the gospel. Yeah.
No, I just told you. Like Matthew
So how does
25
the
is
author
different
know the
than-
seed parables in the gospel? How does he know the seed parables in the gospel? How does he know that?
He's talking about something else, man. He's not even
No.
talking
How
about
does he
this.
know the seed parables in
Hey,
the
who cares?
gospel?
Who cares?
You
Look,
agreed
look.
with me. It's
Let's
in
just
there.
look. I don't agree. But let's just.
You
let's
did
just- For
before.
the sake of argument.
No, it's not for the sake of. Oh
let's
my God,
just-
you're
no,
so
let's just-
disingenuous. You're such
no,
a
I don't, I
disgusting,
don't.
disingenuous. Old,
Don't say
just
that. Don't say that. I'm not
piece of
insulting
crud.
you. Don't talk
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. I'm gonna insult you. I'm gonna insult you because you're so
See, no,
disingenuous.
because this is what you are.
Because you agreed before.
There's no argument. No, I
Did you
didn't.
agree before? Yes or no?
Well, agreed about what?
That
About
4829
Matthew.
is about Mark.
40. No, I don't. I know. I never agreed with
Yes,
that. I
you
never agreed
did.
that. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
tried
You
to
said
say-
it's
you
talking
tried to
about
say-
Mark.
48. Which one was that? The
Okay, you don't even know which one it is, and you're saying no, you didn't.
the rich go into heaven. Are you talking about?
Oh
The rich
my
one?
God.
No, I don't agree with any of them. I don't agree any of them were part.
So
of
why did you say it's talking about Mark in 4829? Why did
never
you say
said that. I never
yes?
said that.
Yes,
I
you
didn't say
did. You
I
said
didn't.
that parable's in the gospel, the seed parable. The seed parable that the Quran talked about. You said
the
it
seed
is.
parable. The seed.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, what I said.
You
is
said it's
that's-
in there.
that's-
You said it's in there.
well, yeah. This.
Did you say that's in there?
What are you trying to?
Did you
tell
say
me?
that's in there? Did you say
Hold
that's in
on,
there?
yes.
Bro, is
In
there
the-
like what? Like do you need me to drop you down? Is like something going on in your head right now? Like not enough brain cells? What's going on? I'm gonna bring you back up.
In the gospel.
Hello? Did you
Hold
agree
on.
with it? Yes or no?
In
Did you
the
agree with it?
gospel. Hold on a
Look how
second. In the
disingenuous
gospel.
this guy is.
I'm
Did
not
you
being
agree with it? Yes or no?
disingenuous.
Did you agree with it? Yes or no?
Listen, the fact.
Did
that
you
have
agree it's in the
problem
gospel?
with
Yes
this-
or no? Did you
I
agree it's in the
didn't. I
gospel?
didn't
Yes or
agree
no?
that.
You
But
didn't
this
agree to
whole
that?
gospel
Okay, so
about
if I show you
Jesus-
agree to it, if I show you agree to it, what are you gonna concede?
Look, I wasn't.
If I
trying to
show
say
you that
that
you
I wasn't
agree
trying
to
say
it,
that-
are
that-
you
look,
going to
listen,
concede?
Listen, dude.
If I show you agree to it, are you gonna concede?
What are you talking about? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to?
I'm trying to
actually
show
prove your
you that the
point?
author of the
Are you trying
Quran knows
to
the content of the
act to me?
gospel.
No, well, that's not what it says. It doesn't say that the mustard seed will become.
You already agreed to it anyways. Later on when we find the clip, we'll play it for you. Make you look like an idiot. There, 4157. Let's bring it up. All right. If the author of the Quran knows the seed parable and that he knows that's in the gospel, yeah? If he knows that's in the gospel, is it likely he wouldn't know that the gospel talks about the crucifixion? Hello?
No, wait. First of all, it doesn't say. It
No, it's
doesn't
not
say the
first of
mustard
all. Not
seed.
first of all. Answer the
This doesn't say
question.
the mustard seed will become the kingdom of heaven. This is not. That's not what that said. Is that what that
Oh
said
my,
in
oh
the
my
scripture?
God. The Quran depicts the kingdom of God as the companions. He's applying it to the companions of the Prophet.
Well, that's not what
Now,
Jesus said.
we're doing it on the condition. We're doing it on the condition. On the condition that 48:29 is talking about the seed parable. On that condition, would it be likely that he doesn't know the crucifixion is in the gospel? Would that be likely or unlikely?
He doesn't know. Yeah, he knows the crucifixion of the
He knows the
gospel. I know
crucifixion is
that.
in the gospel. So why does he
Yeah.
negate it if he wants to confirm all of the gospel? You just cooked yourself. You just cooked yourself. Why does
What?
he negate the crucifixion here if he knows it's in the gospel? It's because he's doing a conscious edit, and it's because he's not confirming all the gospel.
Okay.
Perfect. Yo. All right, let's bring up Khalid. Yeah, Khalid. Khalid. Yeah, this guy's been here for a long time. He's not even coming. All right, so I'm gonna have to come back. I'm gonna have to go pray. No, Akhi, you can come up, no problem. Just come in the backstage. I'll get you up soon. Then you block his name if you upload the conversation. Then yeah, I got you. Yeah, just let me get him out the studio as well. He's like really disingenuous. He's talking to himself right now. All right, guys, I'll be back. Yo, I'm back. Khalid, you there? Khalid. Wa alaikum salam. Yo, let's see. I think someone wants to join before. I told him to come up. There's no one here. Yo, it's probably haram. I think so. Where's the guy that was meant to come up? Just best to avoid it. Just don't keep it on. Isn't this the guy? Yo, Lonzi. Sorry, guys. I don't think I was looking at the super chats. Amstan Apologetic wants to set up a formal debate with you. He's IP student. And said, you don't let people talk and those things you're too easy. Yo, he can come up. He can come up and bring one of his friends, and we can formally debate on one of the lives. Wa alaikum salam. All the meats are purified by pooping it out. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. I mentioned that in my book, actually. It's from Isaiah 63. Yo, Dean, chicken training makes sense? Dean, do you poop? I don't think so. Barakallah feekum. Wa alaikum salam. Barakallah feekum for all the donations. Sorry I didn't get through them before. I was losing my mind with that guy. Dean, do you pee?
Salam
That's a good
alaikum.
question. Yo, alaikum salam.
Alaikum salam, akhi. I have a couple questions if you don't mind. I was waiting for a couple hours, but
Yep.
how's it going, by the way?
Alhamdulillah. How you doing?
Alhamdulillah, akhi. I'm doing good, holding up. I just have some questions regarding the course. I know you guys are starting the course sometime soon.
Mm-hmm.
So I know you guys are regarding the whole course and everything, but what is it? I know you guys are doing like some sort of like homework or like coursework things that are due within it. Is it like just a question? How is that gonna work? If you don't mind me asking, I know it's like included in the coursework.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to do the homework and then submit it. We're gonna put a place for you to submit it, and then we're gonna check it, whether it be my lesson or the Biano's lesson, and we're gonna check it and give you feedback.
Okay, cool. Okay, that's perfect. And I think I wrote one question down, but the grading is structured, right? It's not like anything informal, right? It's like a structured grading. Gonna be like for participation or just purely homework? Based.
Based on the homework, yeah.
Okay, okay, that's perfect. Else I really have in mind. But thank you for answering my question. Dean.
No problem, Akhi. Is that all?
That should be all, Habibi. Get some rest. I'm gonna head out for the bit, and may Allah increase you in patience, بإذن الله.
Barakallah feek. Ameen. Salam.
صباح الخير. حبيبي.
All right, guys, no more guests here. I prayed, so I got some time right here. But yeah, if there's no guests, I'm just gonna head out. All right. All right, guys. Like I said before, if you're interested in the course, okay. If you're interested in the course that we have going on, like what the brother was mentioning. Yeah, so we made a syllabus, Libiano and I. If you want to pay, the link's going to be here. If one of the mods can just grab the link from one of my YouTube posts here and put it in the chat. Barakallahu feekum. Yeah, so if you want to pay in installments or can't pay the full amount, you can email Libiano, inshallah. You can get that sorted out for you, okay? Now, the syllabus is here. And by the way, this is going to be first week of Ramadan. Actually, let me check the comments. I didn't get to check the comments yet. You still need to recover from the beating David Lynn gave you? Dude, this guy thinks I'm Libiano. I joined the course for free. People that want to join for free, I could send them here as well. Okay, so it's very unlikely we're gonna sponsor people unless they have like a very good reason, like they really need the course and whatnot. But generally speaking, if someone like they can only pay 100 or 150 and they can't pay the rest, there's gonna be a piggy bank of sponsorship money, inshallah. Okay, and that sponsorship money will go towards paying the last 100 USD or $50 USD. Okay, unless you have like a very good reason why you can't pay at all. We got this Christian here. Some brother, I have emailed, but I haven't got a response. What should I do? Just go. Yeah. So guys, if you haven't got emailed back, it's just gonna take a while. It's just gonna give it a day or two. Okay. So let's have a look at the syllabus. Can I pay it over a long period? It depends how long. Depends how long here. Yeah, that's all good, bro. You can ask it. Does the gang accept installments? Yes, we accept installments. Preferably across like 2 months, not too long because it's gonna, we don't want to be tracking it for like the next 4 months. Yes, of course. Of course you can. Can I do a split payment? Yeah. $200? Hey, man. Jake's course was 200. He was by himself. This is me and the piano. So you got to remember that. We don't want too many people in there as well. Like, if we do it too cheap, there's going to be like, 1,000 people? 500 people? So whenever we had the money, we can buy it or something. Yeah, so you're not going to get the homework aspect and the interactive aspect of Q&A and all that. You're not going to get that. But inshallah, we're thinking about it. We might do it like, $50 USD, and you get access to all the recordings. Speaker's Corner, inshallah, sometime soon. Not in any rush. Yes, of course. $200 is what, in batata dollars? It's in Mlokhiyya dollars. Yes, you can. When would the work be? If you can answer, please. 1094 and 7363. Yeah. So the reconciliation is, if you go to Bukhari, 7363. Okay. Ibn Abbas says, why do you ask the people of the book about anything while your book, the Quran, which has been revealed to Allah's Messenger, is newer and the latest? You are pure, undistorted, and unchanged. And Allah told you that they've distorted their books, yeah? So the reconciliation between that and 1094 is, at the beginning, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala legislated in the Meccan period. O Meccans, if you're in doubt about what the Quran is saying, about prophets existing and Noah's flood existing, or prophets coming as human beings, if you're in doubt about what the Quran says here, you can see there's precedence for it in the previous scriptures. All right? That's asking the people of the book in the context of that Meccan period where they were unfamiliar with these things. Now that we're in the Medinian period and the Muslims have developed their knowledge in these things and they're surrounded by Ahl al-Kitab, that verse doesn't apply there. That what applies here now is, why are you going to the people of the book? Right? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told you that they distorted it. So there's kuffar people of the book in Medina, and then there's Muslim people that converted. You can ask them, obviously. You can ask the Muslims like Ka'b al-Ahbar and Abdullah bin Salam and all of them. Obviously, they've always done that. Ibn Abbas even did it. So obviously that's not what he means. What he means is asking the kuffar in Medina when you have Muslims, right, who know the scripture better that you can go to instead and that could tell you these narrations. Why would you go to kuffar, people of the book, when they distort what they have and so on and so forth, right? So the point is that at the beginning, the Meccans, they could ask anyone. They could ask the kuffar or they could ask the Muslims on the part of basic details that are found in the Bible, right? If you just go to a Jew, for example, and you ask them, oh, did Moses exist? Yes. Okay, that confirms what the Quran says. This is a general confirmation. It's not an absolute confirmation of what they have. These are parts that the Quran has that the Meccans are unfamiliar with that they need to go and ask the people of the book about to show that there is precedence for this idea. Okay? So there's no contradiction between the two. Is this a one-time thing or like a frequent undertaking? What do you mean, like the payments? The payment's a one-time thing. The course, it depends how successful it is. We might do it every 6 months, every year if it's successful. Inshallah. USD and all. Let's see. Does the Quran say Jesus is the word of Allah? Yeah, in the context of being created by the word of Allah. That's why he's compared to Adam, peace be upon him, in chapter 3 of the Quran. I don't know how you can read the Quran and think 1094. Yeah, to be honest, you could. Like, I grant it, right? But it's just on the matter of, like, for example, how do I explain this? Because there is times in the Sirah where they go and ask kuffar, right? So, for example, the Quraysh went to the people in Medina and they asked them, give us some questions to ask the Prophet. And then the Prophet verified those questions. How? They asked him those questions of what is the soul? Who is the ruler that ruled from east to west? And tell us the people of the sleepers, that story. So it could be, and some early tafsirs do say that. But I think, yeah, it would be preferably that it's the Muslims. I think that makes way more sense. But you could still say that, but it doesn't matter because all it means, like if I go and ask a Kafir Christian right now, what does it say? What does it say in your book that Noah's flood happened? He's gonna say, yeah, right. What does Muqatil bin Sulaiman say about 65:4? I'm sure he says the same thing as all the early Mufassirin. It's talking about the young girls that reach puberty, but haven't reached the age of menstruation. So Allah's words change based on time frame. Yeah, Allah's words in the context of the scriptures, they can be changed in the sense of people can write books, but the words will always be preserved with Allah in the preserved tablet. But whenever it says Allah's words can't be changed, if you think that's talking about the promise, you're misinterpreting it. If you want me to get into it, we can talk about it. Just have to come up on panel. Yeah, just because something's corrupt doesn't mean that you can't trust parts. We have collections of hadith, some authentic, some not authentic. Doesn't mean that whole hadith collection is going to be put in the garbage. Get access to this group because otherwise it would be extremely expensive. Yeah, so look, you could get a discount. Like I said, like if you can pay 100 or 150, we can get sponsorship money to sponsor you, you know? Discord server is $10 a month. It's always been $10 a month. We were gonna change the price to $7 this month, but then we had the course going on, so I don't want it to be like too hectic, you know? I don't want to confuse people. So we're just delaying that now. We're gonna delay the special for another time. I'll definitely make dua for you, akhi. One is the video with the quality of many prophets. Oh, that one? Because of the course stuff, I have to delay it. And same thing with my book. I'm delaying stuff with my book because I'm dealing with the course stuff. Are the pagans of Mecca who believed stories of Musa and Islam? Yes. Yes. Spending on someone paying partially for the course. Like, look, don't pay anything. I gotta make that clear. Don't pay anything until I verify for you that you can pay a portion, and then we can cover the rest. Okay. So for now, you just gotta stay in contact with myself or Libiano and let us know. Like, okay, I can pay 100, or I can pay 150. Right. That's like the range I would think that's gonna make it plausible for you to get the sponsorship. Right. Yeah, so Dean responds 23358 @gmail.com. Okay. For Libiano, it's theorthodoxmuslim @gmail.com. Price of the book. What do you guys think, chat? What do you think is a fair price? You guys tell me first, and then I'll tell you the price. How about that? What do you guys think is a fair price for my book about highlighting the compatibility of the Gospels. I'm going to be speaking about, for the stuff that does contradict Islam, showing how it's ahistorical. Talking about how do you reconcile father language and all these things, common stuff. How much do you guys think it should be? Then I'll tell you what I have in mind. Yeah, inshallah, in the future. Yeah, inshallah. Yes, that's right, chimps. And I'll tell you what's another indication. You guys know those verses that say, "Go and ask the people of the remembrance if you are in doubt." If you're in doubt that the prophets come down as humans, as not angels, go and ask the people of the remembrance. Ahl dhikr, right? If you're in doubt about monotheism, go and ask those who had been given the book before. All of that is about specific things that the Meccans didn't know about. So obviously 1094 is also about that. So that's another thing to keep in your arsenal. Guys, should we do a mini course on refuting the Islamic dilemma? And that one we'll do for free. I'll do it for free. 25 USD. How long is the book? The length of the 4 Gospels, a bit more than that. $30, 25 to 30 British pounds, 50, 80. That's too expensive, man. 35 AUD. 50 AUD. 50, you gotta put the currency. Yeah, so I was thinking $30 USD. That's what I was thinking. It doesn't need a course. Yeah, you're right, man. But it's just that too many laymen are just, I don't know, man. I don't know what's wrong with them. It's just they don't read. They don't read the. For example, what I said about 1094, Ibn Taymiyyah literally talks about it, and it's translated in English. Like, there's no excuse. The one that we're doing now is 200. The one that I'm thinking of doing, we'll do it for free. You know what? We'll do it for the server members. How about that? Get you guys on the Discord server. Gotta pay that $10 on the Patreon. Become a server member. We'll do that. I don't do enough for the people that, I've been on the server. I haven't been really adding stuff like I should. Just quick clarification: that aren't Quranic verses or messages supposed to be applicable for? No, what? They're contingent. A lot of them are contingent on times and places and conditions. So, for example, let me think of a right example. Yeah, for example, the Prophet ﷺ is meant to fight the disbelievers. Yeah. So, but what if they want a peace treaty? Do you have to fight them? No, right? You don't have to. Chapter 9, verse 5 is what I'm referring to. Oh, sorry. No, wait. Let me just double check quickly. Might be 929. Yeah, 929. That doesn't mean that you have to fight everyone in every instance. All right, let's get guest on. Our guest, I'm getting you on, Akhi. Let me just make sure. Oh, assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. How are you, brother?
Doing good, alhamdulillah. How you doing?
Alhamdulillah, brother. Thank you. So I wanted to ask you a question. Jazakallah khairan for the yesterday. It was in the video. I just didn't pay attention. Yeah. So in the Surah Al-Kahf at the end, the Dhul Qarnayn thing, Alexander the Great being the mushrik, they say that, well, Dhul Qarnayn, as a pious man, being described as a pious man, he is Dhul Qarnayn. They say that the Christians. I actually had, like, a person was asking me that day, like, what kind of refutations might we have? Could you share your screen and share some sources with us, inshallah?
Yeah, so look, there's certain details of the main thing isn't that, oh, there's a story of a king that traveled to the east, right? So first of all, there's this idea that the Quran takes from the Nashana. Okay, so that's the first thing we need to establish, and that's
Yeah.
that's the idea that the Quran takes from the Syriac text that talks about Alexander the Great. Yeah. Okay. Now that's the
I
main
guess
thing
so.
we need to tackle. That's the main thing that we need to tackle. Yeah. Now,
Uh-huh.
how we tackle that would be like this. Are you on the server?
Which server?
So I have a Discord server for Patreon members. There's channels
No,
in there that.
I'm not subscribed to the Patreon. No.
Okay, all good. So this is one of the channels in there. Okay. I'm just gonna share my screen
Yeah.
for you. Okay.
Yeah, inshallah.
All right.
Yeah.
So let me just make it bigger. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, the Nashana describes. Actually, no, we skipped a lot. 1 second. All right. So here we go.
Yeah.
All right. So is Dhul Qarnayn? Actually, no. We can go a bit before. So let's see.
Take your time, brother. Yeah.
There's quite a lot of stuff here.
Mm-hmm.
We might have to start from the beginning. Yeah. Okay. Let's start from the beginning.
Yeah.
So let's look at the evidence, which shows that the Quran did not rely on the Nashana, but rather shows remarkable intertextuality with ancient Latin sources, which were not available in 7th century Arabia. So Exhibit A, the people who could not understand speech nor make their speech understood. In the Nashana, the Syriac text, we are informed that so here's the Eastern Europeans, right? Caucasus, wherever you pronounce it, is the location where Alexander traveled to build his gate. This is also the majority view held by classical Muslim exegetes with respect to the location of Dhul Qarnayn as a wall, so Eastern Europe. While the Quran does not give the Eastern Europeans by name, it nevertheless provides a strong hint pointing towards the Eastern Europeans being the location in question in 1893, where the locals are identified as barely being able to understand speech, and as per another reading, barely able to make their speech understood. This specific detail about a linguistic barrier is nowhere to be found in the Shana, okay? So this is just one detail.
Yeah.
Like, how does the Quran know about the whole idea of them not being able to speak well or be understood well? Like, how is it that the Quran knows this detail that it was in?
Intimate knowledge with past period. Yeah, I get.
So the point is that how is it dependent on the Syriac text if the Quran knows more about the Eastern Europeans than the Syriac text? That's the point, yeah? So here's another one.
Yeah.
So now it is fascinating to note that the Quran's description of Dhul Qarnayn's difficulty in communicating with the people precisely parallels the phenomenon described by this linguist J.C. Catford as Caucasian polyglossia, which historically resulted in the people of Eastern Europe finding great difficulty of understanding or making themselves understood to foreign visitors. Okay, so then here's the reference. This is the first example showing that the Quran has access to historical knowledge from ancient writings, which the Nishana makes no mention of. Okay, here's another one. The people who had no cover. Okay, I'm not going to read the whole thing. All right, but you can look at it here. Just
Inshallah, I will
read it later.
I will screenshot it in the screen. Barakallah fik. Like, you don't have to show it, brother. Like, don't waste your time. It's okay. I will just go through all of it, inshallah. I just want to screenshot it in the stream itself, okay? Inshallah.
Sounds good. So I'm gonna scroll again here. So here's another portion you can screenshot, and then here's another portion.
I will do it on stream. Don't worry, brother.
Okay.
Don't worry. Just go.
So basically, if anyone wants to read it in full, you can just pause it and whatever. But that's basically the argument. The argument is that the Quran has knowledge that the Nishana doesn't have, so the Quran can't be copying from the Nishana. So there's a couple options here, right? So what is the Quran doing then? So there's a couple of things, okay? So you can say one, that the Nishana came after the Quran. That's one, okay? Two, so the Quran's not talking about Alexander the Great. The Christians wanted to make Alexander the Great a Christian and use these details from the Quran, okay? That's the first way. Second way to reconcile this is you say, look, there's ideas and motifs and major themes circulating in Syria and in Medina and whatever, and they're giving it to different people. Some to Alexander, some to other people in Medina. Maybe they give it to a Jewish king, Allahu Alam, right? Because you got to remember the Syriac text that identifies as Alexander. That's like from Christian worldview, but there's no Christians in Medina. So how could the Medinian people? Because we have a narration that the Jews in Medina were asking about the story, right? So if the people in Medina, are you there, Akhi? I thought I was tripping out, bro. His camera died. The fan files. What the heck is that? Yo. Hello. All right, so we got these super chats. Barakallah feek for the 5 memberships. Jazakallah khair. When Isa alayhi salam comes back, we receive wahi. No, not that I know of, no. Quran.com now has an answer section under 10. I would just say read from Ibn Taymiyyah. I haven't read what they say, but just read from what Ibn Taymiyyah says. He basically says what I said. All right. That's where I took it from. And it makes sense. So are you planning to debate atheist Shia? Maybe in the future, but inshallah right now we're just focusing on some Christian polemics. Try to master these things, inshallah, before we go into other things. All right, so let me just show you guys the syllabus that we have, and then I'm gonna head out, okay? Okay, so this is the syllabus we have. So we got week 1. It's gonna be, first lesson with Libiano, second lesson with Libiano, third lesson is gonna be with myself. I'm gonna go through what I have here. I have, Jesus' divinity, going through Mark and Matthew's subordination of Jesus in the first lesson I have. We're going to go through all this stuff here, and we're going to give you a bit of homework, okay, throughout the week. We'll grade that. And then here again, divinity. We're going to talk about Luke's supposed divine claims, Luke's subordinationism, John's divine claims, John's subordinationism. Okay. And a bit of homework here as well. Then I'm going to go through Prophet Muhammad ﷺ in the Gospel. And we're going to define what the Injil is first, then understand Matthew's lead up to the replacement of the Jews. Okay. And then the final one will be Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. We're going to try to keep it simple. You know, Matthew 21 is easy to run. Matthew 22 is easy to run, right? And so on and so on. And that would be the last lesson with me. Every class is going to have a 10 to 15 minute Q&A built in at the end as well. Okay. But there'll be no lesson on Laylatul Qadr. I don't think so, no. Not for me, at least. All right. I'm going to head out now, guys. Yeah, the classes are going to be about 1 hour to 1 hour and a half. And yeah, we should be working on that, inshallah. Potentially the case, yeah. But that would potentially be the case. Anyways, guys, talk soon, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.